I do is count that paper. All I do is all I do is count that paper. All I do is count that paper. All I do is count that paper.
Ganja smoking, they got rum in me cup. Bad girls wind up on the dance floor. All the girls wind up on the dance floor.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Oh, also, Chairman, sorry the sound did not play for your thing. I had a thing muted that I wasn't supposed to have muted, but thank you very much for the resub. Much appreciate it. Started wrestling out of the loop for Wonderlands. Hope you folks are having a good one. This has been super fun so far. Also, of course, as you'd anticipate, Sarah is indeed here. Oh, that did not come through on your mic very well.
What? Hi.
Oh, there it is. There we go. There's a Sarah. So, it's additional Borderlands is pretty much what's up here. Also, Para dropped me a few things. She dropped me this gun, which I may or may not use. It's literally higher level than I am. But also, Para did drop me some of the meteor spells.
Great.
But I don't know that I want to use any of these because none of these do the same thing as the meteor spell that I was using. Because none of these are like the giant explosion that explodes into more explosions. Which was what was really, really good about the other meteor that I was utilizing. These are all just like single target dump bombs, which is good. Like, don't get me wrong, that's good. But I think that like stuff with more spell slots is generally going to be a little better. Also, I bought this thing out of the shop. And this creates like dark ground and explodes constantly and has like a high crit chance and the cooldown's not super bad. And also it has 2 spell charges. And also doesn't do friendly fire. So that seems like a bunch of good things all together.
Also, guess who can't understand why her usage is so high in this game?
Oh yeah.
It's me.
Yeah, the like load on Sarah's PC is like very high for this game. Also, that gun is cracked, I swear. I believe it.
But it wasn't prior times we've played.
I mean, it was definitely like not nothing, but it definitely was not as high as this.
Oh no, I mean it was like it didn't interrupt my
You didn't have to go look at it.
My gameplay.
Yeah. There's a lightning strike version of that spell. There's a lightning strike version of like this. Because the lightning strikes I've seen so far have only been charge up. The actual fuck bros. Apparently there's a glitch where max level players are getting weapons that are higher level than the level cap. That's really funny. Then of course we are still using icicles, as you'd imagine. And then we're doing this side quest.
Guys.
And these icicles are good.
In the air. No holding back.
Also, a lot of the reason that I think that this is very good is because it is multi-target and I can keep casting it, which is hard to pass up, honestly.
Not done yet.
There's a poison version that I was using for a while, but with Buffmeister, I don't cast spells anymore. Oh man, that sounds not very fun. Casting spells is like the thing in this game that is a great time. Like the #1 thing with a bullet. Well, without a bullet, technically. Did you run off towards the objective?
Hmm?
Did you run off towards the objective?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on the way. Sorry, I was still killing Crabe. Yeah, not casting spells anymore with Buffmeister makes it sound like I don't want to use Buffmeister. That's my left spell's damage to my bullets. Yeah. Wait, I ran past the objective. I'm on the way. That's what I get for reading chat. Ooh, had a big stutter. I love the finger snap into this enemy is dead. Doing the one-shot lightning strike build, it's really inconsistent though. Oh, is it like just entirely dependent on if you crit?
This map
Oh, I found the Directiones.
local town is.
Well, then I guess you better find a local then, huh, bud? Silence. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Ooh, purple gun. The bric-a-brac of the technician. And it heals me whenever I do damage. That seems like... Wait, is this just the raw upgrade to the thing that I was using before? And also it explodes whenever I throw it? Yeah, sounds good. I'll use that.
That pirate guy looks like
Yeah,
a
seems
local.
good.
Maybe he'll help us
Apparently the
out.
melee build is cracked in endgame. Oh yeah, I saw Moxie posted a thing that's like melee does 1,000,000 damage. Seems like a thing that only really works at the end game, but seems kind of neat.
He ain't a pirate from the look of ye.
Best spell used for damage is inflammation. Great all around spell. I don't think I've picked up one of those yet.
Gotta say,
Yar.
nailed it.
Oh, you're a pirate, are ye? Might be you'll have to prove it. How you're gonna do that then?
Looting Phil's home should suffice. Where is it?
A fine idea that. I do love me some looting. As for Phil's cave, it's just down the way.
Keep thinking of the
Good
BB
luck
gun and how
getting in.
brutally efficient it was. It was really good.
Oh, and some other sea dogs went down there to try to loot the place already. So you might have some competition.
A poetry page wafts upon the wind nearby.
There's a poetry page.
He gets this up here. This seems like a thing that we can make happen.
What? My mushroom's up there.
Good job, Mushroom. Give us a boost.
Mushroom.
Oh yeah, absolutely doable. Hold on one second. I've almost got it. Did it.
There's a way around, to be fair.
That's all right. I already did it.
Oh.
So this here, there's a ledge volume right here. Like this thing that looks like I'm not standing on anything. You can totally stand there.
You can hear the rest of it at the tavern in Breaker.
There you go. God fucking damn it, bros. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just here for jumping. Stop breaking every game you play. I can't help it. It's a habit. Nothing I can do about it. I just had to. Alright, the quest wants us to go down here, though, so I guess I might as well.
Might as well what? Follow the intended path?
Yeah. I know that's weird for me, but it is what I'm choosing to do at this current moment.
Ow!
What's up?
Okay. What do you have there, dear?
What do I have where?
I don't know. Something absolutely slaughtered me where I stood in like 2 seconds.
That definitely was not me. My stuff is not friendly fire to my knowledge. I could find out in a moment, though.
Great. I can't wait for this.
Oh, it's probably one of these traps that are on the ground.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, that'll do it. Seems like a thing that would get you good. There's like
Oh, I
frost
got
traps.
dotted.
Breaking the game is part of the Borderlands experience. It's true. If a game has emergent rules to break, there's a bros waiting to break them. No, not waiting. Trying.
Found a dice.
Woo. We love dice. Roll good, roll good. 17. Got a copper patina.
Good gun. Frost gun.
Oh, yeah, the ice guns seem really solid. It seems like you're going to really enjoy the Berserker whenever you get laid on.
This. What? Oh, yeah, it was that. Yep, you're right. Hey, Mushroom.
I got
Thank you.
I'm helping
Mushroom's
as well.
got me.
What's faster if me and Mushroom both help?
Nope, I only need Mushroom.
Okay.
Got it.
Unless he fails to res me, and then I need you.
Fine.
Somewhere out there.
Box of puzzle parts.
Conquer and secrets to unlock.
Come on, y'all. The solution's gotta be nearby. That's always how puzzles work.
I know. Don't you think I know that?
If only there was some kind of image nearby showing the solution.
Just shut up. We got this.
Was it not supposed to cover those?
Look, you just gotta match up the symbols, okay?
I was just. Now we have to find that
There we go.
guy's certificate of non-evil.
I was doing the black outlines, not the white outlines, but all right.
So voices.
I know, right?
I'm not the one who made him sound super evil. You did.
Maybe I wanted to see how prejudiced my players are.
Wait,
Everything
Oh.
I think we forgot a
I will
chest.
admit,
All right.
That had not occurred to me. No.
Also, I've been pinged.
You didn't.
Where have I
Alright,
been
fine.
pinged?
I'm a voicist. Is that what you want to hear?
Hey, admitting it is the first step.
Ugh.
Oh, there is definitely a chest up here, but it looks like a go around. Unless. Oh, it looks like there's no ledge grab on this for me to utilize. Grenade jump.
Oh, there's no ledge.
No, there's no ledge to utilize to get up there. Looks like we're gonna have to go around the intended path.
What a shit game.
Honestly,
joke.
no emergent gameplay. Garbage.
It's a joke. It's a good game. I have a good time. Y'all see my controller?
Oh yeah, Sarah got the like exclusive controller. It's very nice. It has the extra buttons on the back, which I was not expecting.
We love an aftermarket product.
We've got an easy mark over here.
It's on my Twitter if you guys want to see it. It's very good.
Yeah, it's extremely tiny, Tina.
Never runs dry.
Hello, Skull. Oh, door's open. Anything over here? Just water. Grenade being a spell definitely exists. Oh, I'm sure.
Well, that's pretty underwhelming.
What? Were you expecting some sort of super spooky evil lair?
Oh, no. No. Maybe. Anyway, let's just find that certificate.
I found the certificate for most certificates.
See? That looked super evil!
Are you still going on about that?
Certificate for the funniest person alive.
Certificate of non-evilness.
That's what we want.
Huh. Well, I'll be damned. It's real. And that's Queen Butt Stallion's hoof print right there. I'd recognize it anywhere.
See? Not evil. Anyway, we got what we came here for. Now we just have to talk our way into Scallywag Landing.
Hey, dice.
Wait, how come we can only get through that one? I want to get into this one.
Golden
Into
baby.
what?
There's definitely a secret area right here.
Where? Oh, this was to open the chest.
Oh. Oh my gosh, my whole chair is shaking once again.
I'm
Once
sorry.
again, I'm
I'm
in the
sorry.
earthquake zone.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Piercing cold.
I moved my legs. Ooh. Chilling seductress of the stone prison. Slows enemies.
Alright.
Cyclonic summoning.
This is a cool looking gun. Bursting magic barrage of cunning. Hold to cast repeatedly.
Just
Plus 3 projectiles per cast. 2 spell charges? Let's try it. Let's give it a shot. Oh yeah, I'll give that a shot. That seems. I'll give that a hearty go. Oh yeah, there's an alternate fire. It's also a taser.
ice bite. There's no escape. Heads up, we got company.
Yeah, that seems pretty good. That's a pretty decent spell.
Well, just keep in mind, you're also getting plus like 100% damage.
Isn't that only whenever your alt hits stuff or your spells?
That's whenever my tornadoes hit things,
Right.
which they all had.
Oh, they were all hit by it. Okay.
Back.
So the last guy hadn't got
So
touched.
all those other scallywags didn't kill ye. Would have bet a boat on that.
They certainly did not. But I.
Sorry, it's not 100. It's like 80.
Man, but still, it's a lot.
Well, killing pirates is the most pirate thing you can do. Suppose I can.
Found a
pretend.
gun chest.
Can't recommend on you defending that crooked eye Phil, though. That freak's more evil than Malevatron.
Don't
the
worry about that.
Benevolent. My name ain't Cyril Finbreaker, which it is. I'll get the gate for
What is that? Oh,
Nothing.
what have you opened?
What you should know, you won't be getting to the jail so easy. Gates locked up tight on account of these creepy old totems crooker-eyed around town. A very handsome guard up there.
How are you gonna get out of that one?
Till him's dealt with.
So, Phil put creepy totems around town? That sounds like it could be bad for our case.
Then let's destroy the evidence? Duh.
For once, I actually agree with you. Let's destroy some evidence.
I'm surprised there's this much room to just maneuver around down there to try and figure it out. There you go.
Is somebody looking at us? I'll bite him.
That room
did
is all
it.
kind of by its lonesome. So,
There's a gun chest.
Oh, cool. I'm on the way.
Wow, you made me look before you would come this direction?
Well,
That's rude.
I just wanted to know.
Rude as shit.
Oh, there's a ladder. I see. I didn't see that from far away. I was wondering what you were up to. I was like,
I
how is she
missed
gonna
the
get
first
up there?
time.
Some fire damage. God, the melee attacks restore spell cooldown thing does not seem worth it with the percentages that I've been seeing. Ready to do the ledge jump? It's a good thing this is here, otherwise we'd have to go all the way around.
I might still have to.
Nah, you're good. I believe in you.
Ah! Some designer is screaming in the distance.
No, some designers like, God damn it, they found my shortcut through this level. Does not go higher by that much. Do not worry about putting in your build. I thought QA patched that. Well, don't worry about putting what in your build, Barrow. Ooh.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you a fun story about we were the very first game that I got to Mimic. I got to QA test was our DLC one of our DLCs for Hat in Time.
Okay.
And I thought I was so slick because I found a way to climb up a light pole. And then I was like, oh, look, I can get to this area. Because if Yakuza is an open, it's a free roam, right?
Right.
And so I was like, oh, look, I can get up into this area.
Mm-hmm.
And our 3D lead was like, huh, thought you're slick, huh? And then just patched it so it was no longer climbable.
Nice.
I went from like real proud of myself to being like, oh, right, they can just change it. It was real.
Hey, there's a gun chest up here and a dice. I can't believe you missed this.
More DLC for Hat. No, that was the DLC we already released, Parrot.
Yeah, no,
if you
the DLC
played
that's
Hat,
out.
you would know that. SMH. Bear's a fake fan.
Underbarrel grenade launcher.
First try.
I will admit, this one is a very sneaky one. They did this one very, very good. All right, let me see that 20. Roll 20s.
It's my roll.
It is, yeah. Roll 20. Let me see that legendary.
I'm busy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know the chest was good for you. Oh.
1.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a 2.
Oof. Is a 2 worse than a 1? Because
No.
like you don't even get to like say like, oh man, like the worst roll. Like it's right next to the worst roll, and it almost always fails. This seems like the edge of melee.
Whoa! Where'd that thing come from?
I have a theory.
Do you care to share with the rest of the class, Fret?
No.
Very helpful, thank you.
Winter's Blade.
Ooh, another dice.
Oh, that's one lucky die.
19.
Already
Nice.
got nothing on you.
Impaling Ice Spike of Ruin. That seems good. God, do I just go double Ice Spikes?
It's a store.
I'm gonna hold off on going double Ice Spikes because I want to at least give it a shot. But like, man, the Ice Spikes are really good. 4 HP acquired. I am now maximum strength. You cannot get more strength than this. At least not before mysterious progression unlock occurs. Plus 33. What is this, Pathfinder?
Capacity 1600? What?
What the fuck is this?
What you got there, babe?
A thing I can't buy. What the fuck?
Why not?
Because it costs 200. It costs like $250,000.
Ooh.
It's repeat casts umbral like spikes like from the ground that I am doing, but it's plus 4 projectiles, 2 charges.
Pretty good.
Ouch. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to get that, but that sounds really good. Although I think this isn't the one that shoots from the ground. So the ones that shoot from the ground are really good.
You want to see a fun gun?
I'm very much down to see a fun gun. Oh yeah, yeah, the bursty ice guns. Yeah, those are good as hell. This gun's the most fun one we found though. You can't tell me any different. Look at this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah, it doesn't get more fun than that.
Bullets at the ready.
At least not yet.
That's another thing for LeChance.
The chance?
The gay pirates?
Oh yeah, okay.
Some H forgot the gay pirates.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
Don't mind me, I'm doing inventory management.
Reloading. Don't get your sails twisted.
Wow.
Horn.
Fire in the hole!
Never a man loves me in the
Sailors, take warning! Works every time. You're bad at fighting.
It's not bad tracking. I feel like the damage could be higher.
Okay, I'm noticing a pattern here.
Further evidence that my theory is correct.
Cool your head.
Yeah, this spell doesn't seem as good.
Ready and dead.
Also, level 29, can you still equip that gun I gave you? No, I believe I can equip that now. Oh, 91 times 3. Ow, I'm in a great deal of pain, though.
What were you thinking?
I'm gonna switch off this spell. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna use this. Alright, we're on double ice.
Put a few holes in your hole. Hey, diddle-dee-dee.
This weapon is interesting. Oh. Wait, where does it fire the weird spread shot? random what this thing shoots?
Blast and blade.
Oh, they're homing. Oh.
God, the look on your face.
Yeah, this one seems right. Protecting both at once. Oh, I know.
Is the only adventure I have left.
First lily at first, and then when you get a kill, it fires way faster and homing. Oh, that's what occurs. Okay. Stabomancer Berserker. It's close. Not quite what one of us is using. Which weapon was the one Para gave you? It's this thing. Seems alright.
SMH Para got you a gift and not me. I see how it is, Para. What a fake friend. Found a dice.
I found a gun chest.
Nice.
You know, it seems like Phil actually put those totems around to protect the pirates from the monsters.
Just as I theorized.
We'll roll this
Oh,
dice.
Is it really? Or are you just saying that?
Or
now
is that where the
I
gun
figured
chest
it
is up
out, so
there?
you look like a
That's
big
right up here with me.
sluggerface?
I don't need your
All right, I'm coming.
Ugh, whatever.
Okay, if you finish somebody
Now
off
that
with
we've
this thing, I can
destroyed
see
the
it.
evidence, let's
Seems
just
alright.
get up to the jail and defend our client.
Where's that dice at?
I haven't opened it yet.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wilts the daisies, doesn't it?
Death stuff.
I was up here. How did I miss this?
Very nice. Very. I don't know. I mean, it's brown, and the
Yep.
area is brown. Hello.
I missed.
Everything is blue. Da, da. Nice.
Is it my roll?
Let's say it is.
The more the dice, the better the loot.
Okay.
No.
Getting
We
lucky.
should stop saying it is forever.
How many rolls in a row would you have to get at like 5 or below before you're like, I'm actually not gonna roll these? You roll these.
I really like rolling dice, and I'm a bad gambler, so
Okay, well.
a lot.
All right, fair enough.
Just one more is my vocabulary.
That's fair.
Boy, halt and cease and stand back. Ain't allowed in here. I don't think. Look, I thank ye for ridding us of them evil totems. But the only folk allowed through here are pirate prisoners, pirate jailers, pirate judges, and pirate lawyers.
Stand aside. I am a pirate lawyer. I passed the YAR exam with flying colors, and I am here to defend Phil.
Oh, well, la-di-da, my mistake, your esquireness. Suppose I'll let you through, then. Good luck defending that crooked-eye Phil character, though. You're gonna need it. That guy's more evil than evil acts the evil lord of evil. Or my name ain't Charles Finbreaker, which 'tis.
Charles Finberger.
Jesus. Find
Today,
Phil.
Charles?
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 You call him Charles?
Charles.
That's just
Like
rude.
Charles.
What
Today, Charles.
What just did the rumbly?
You did a rumbly.
Okay.
Your tummy.
Ah, yes, of course.
Ow! That was rude.
Oh, destroy totems, enter jail compound. Okay, I didn't notice that our objective had changed. Where did you go?
I didn't go anywhere. I went through the gate that Charles opened.
Okay, I didn't know that that was, I thought he was just walking off into a direction, not like a way to let us in. Oh, he was
Found a
talking to us in a
dice.
reverse way. It was a weird thing.
To my bones, I didn't mean it that way. Of course. 2 out of 5 stars.
How do I get to that dice?
I'm sure we'll figure it out.
All right, that was scary as shit. Don't do that.
Was it the ice spike, but right in front of you?
Yeah. You,
Fine roast you'll make too. Clean with your hands, you blackguard.
This'll be fun. Never stood a chance. Come on, then.
Pirate lawyer, eh? A pirate lawyer, yar.
found a scroll that you ran right past.
I'm sorry.
Bear himself invited me to a salty little shindig at a safe house. Them blokes and gals really know how to throw a party. There were shanties and dancing and all the virgin grog you
Thought
could
it said
drink.
douglas,
There was
not
a bit deep in the
dogfish.
drug when he asked me to join
I mean,
his
we are
crew.
dealing with some
I
pirates.
could never leave me twin brother on his own like that. He needs me.
Excuse me?
What's up? Where's the dice you saw?
Cool. Look, I can now make an ice storm.
That's neat. Those are from throwing the. What is it? Just from shooting the gun?
No, it's one of my. It's a spell I just picked up.
Oh, that seems dope.
Now I have storms for my storms.
I see you got what people consider to be the second best pistol in the game. Oh, Para gave this to me. I didn't know that it was the second best pistol in the game.
Wow. The betrayal just keeps getting deeper, eh?
And the plus side, I can't keep using it forever. It's like level 20. It's a break.
Okay. Help me find the entrance to the dice.
If you tell me where the dice is, I can help out.
I'm literally standing in front of it.
Oh,
Smartass.
considering the way this curves around. Oh, I can't jump on top of that.
Found it.
All right, that's exactly where I was going. So I'm glad we have the same instinct. Oh, shit's on fire in here, huh? Roll
Oh, that's one lucky die. And
one,
dice?
but give me a
I
purple.
got a legendary though. Wait, it's a spell shot Graveborn legendary.
Mine's a Berserker Clawbringer one, unfortunately.
You can't have it.
Why not? Please?
You're already better than me. No.
That's not true. Why do you say that? You know how hard it is to find an outfit?
Yeah, I do.
It's very difficult. Can I have?
No. I'm gonna mark it as junk.
I would give to you.
Yeah.
What does this say on it? Interesting. Elemental damage only goes up, it says. While standing still, gain 50% critical hit chance, dark magic efficiency, and fire damage. Oh my god, it's fucking black mage armor.
How can you roll a 1 and still benefit from it? That's what I want to know.
It me. Okay, so basically I would get one less of the clock. It's weird that it gives me less of that stuff, but the numbers are higher, so I guess that's good.
Found a gun chest. With shit in it.
With fuck all in that bitch. This is a
It ran
really
away, so good luck finding
strange
it.
looking art. Oh,
Come back.
I was looking at armor.
All right, come memorize where I am on the map.
All right, I see you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. Oh, it's green. Hello. Oh, it's not bad though.
Oh wait, we didn't kill the toad. Oh, we did. You did. Thank you.
Now to find our client. Maybe he's still stuck in that box.
Yeah, I forgot about the guy in the box.
Oh my god, I missed an hour. Oh no.
We've done nothing.
And we've done some stuff. We've been doing pirate lawyery.
I got a dice.
Very nice.
I'm gonna roll it.
Trying to find out where you are.
I got a 13.
Nice.
Load it up!
It was just right here, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Stoking bulwark. This. Yeah, some stuff. I think some items drop back over here though. From the there was like a badass I killed and stuff. A couple purples. Cascading magic barrage of eminence. Launches additional projectiles over time toward other nearby enemies. That sounds really cool. A really long cooldown. Let's try it, even though it's probably worse than what I'm using.
Okay, arrows! You can't be serious. This is my competition.
It'd be really hard to aim these spikes, but they're very good.
Dagger.
Got him. It's not very good, but it's definitely impressive looking.
Got a gun chest.
Very nice.
Find me on the map.
I will. One moment. I'm killing some pirates. But at this rate, I'm going to switch to Berserker. Jeez.
No. Mine.
We can both subclass into Berserker.
No.
Map.
It's mine.
Back and to the right. There you are.
It's, there's a thing over there.
All right. Thank you. Greens.
If I were them, I would put a dice. It's not here. Okay.
I thought you were really about to be like, there it is.
Would have been amazing, huh?
Would have been very cool.
It's fine.
Paraluring looks remarkably similar to pirate murder. Both pirate. It's a very main thing to remember is that there's the pirate similarity.
All right. Let me know when you're ready to continue.
I believe that I think there might be a chest up here though. Give me 1 second. There is indeed a gun chest up here. Dancing Arc Torrent of Scathing, 2 charges. Hold to cast repeatedly, lightning will chain to nearby enemies.
Wait, but how?
You found a marble. You remember what to do.
Oh, yo.
Because I don't.
Palpatine.
Did you find a marble?
A marble? Yes, there is a marble here as well.
Wait, but how did you get up
Oh, there's
there?
a ladder over here where I am. Also, I've got the lightning.
Freaky.
Yeah, see, I think it's neat. I'm gonna give it a shot. Unlimited power. Can I bric-a-brac the marble, or do you want to?
You can.
Bam.
He asked me if I still wanted to
Livery
keep
lemon
more
chrome
hope
for
today.
my armor.
When I said yes,
You mean livery?
he told me about a ritual that could give both of us what we wanted. a
Are you
bonding
gaslighting
spell.
me? It's livery, isn't it?
It's not exactly the kind
Are
of
you
bonding I had
gaslighting
in
me?
mind, but he seems excited.
Delivery.
Does sound like
Is it
makes me
livery?
happy.
Chat. Really?
long as
That's
he
it's
does
not
it
called
right.
livery? I thought livery was a description that something is liver adjacent.
Oh man.
Kara says I'm right. Both are correct, apparently.
No,
No?
no. Absolutely not.
Is this dress blue or yellow?
No, it's livery, and I need you to stop
Google
it.
says Sarah is right. Okay. Definitely not both. Sarah is right. All right.
There's no reply. He ain't in there. He gone.
Damn, they must have moved him to the jail already. Let's track him down.
Then I guess we'll have to figure out how to get up there.
There appears to be only one way forward.
Oh man, I hope it's not another puzzle.
You know how I learned it was livery?
How's that?
One, hung out with a lot of Brits. Two,
Okay, that doesn't mean you learned anything.
are you gonna let me
first
finish?
and
Are you gonna let me
foremost.
finish? Are you gonna let me
Okay.
finish? Are you
Yeah.
gonna let me I played a Horizon game, or a Forza Horizon game.
Oh, okay.
From its
Sure.
little
Fair enough.
bitty bottom to its sweet tippy top.
Yeah, it's fucking British people are saying aluminium, so I don't trust anything that they say. Like, is this the right way to say it? You know, it might have been in the 1820s.
The interior. Those are just decorative.
What are you even talking about? That wall looks kind of weak.
Oh, it does indeed.
Sometimes when I can't find a door.
This is what happens when you learn words by reading. I feel you, Zyme.
Really? What's that spell called?
Oh no, I mean like with an explosion.
One day
You're
you'll have
just a
friends.
simple little man, aren't you?
Wow,
I'm
that's
not
so
little.
mean to me for nothing.
you see,
No
Kaden?
reason.
Wow, really just giving it away there.
I hope you
Well,
never
I didn't want you to
recover.
be stuck. Being stuck sucks butt.
How many people have learned subtle from a book?
Subtle.
Subtle. Subterfuge.
I don't want to hear. But people are gonna think you're serious about me hurting your feelings.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not serious. I'm absolutely joking.
So I've been reviewing the statutes
I would
of
never say
pirate
something
laws.
actually that cruel to him, so we can joke about it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Interpretation.
Yeah? Where would I find that if I wanted to give it a little
This is a
look-see?
really long, like, arc. This is actually kind of good.
What?
You
I wonder how much it arcs. It kind of depends on how many enemies it'll connect to, but like if it connects to like
I get it.
3 or 4, gun chest.
Oh, it's got purples in it.
Mine's got a blue, but I'm happy for you. Inspiring Magus. I'm feeling like a new shield is in my future. Feels like how much does your shield have, like number wise, on it?
The one I just picked up is like 1200.
Okay, but is it a fast recharge one?
Yeah.
Okay, mine's one of like the dumpy shield stats are very bad, but it's got 1800. But that's obviously because I don't use the shield recharge stats. As this
Excuse me.
character.
Breakfast baked beans are delicious, and Zyme can attest to
Yeah,
that.
no, that's true. That's actually quite good.
They're right for it.
Yeah.
Found a dice.
I love how you just walked right past the skeleton the moment you saw the dice. You're like,
Who
fuck this
gives a shit?
skeleton.
Yeah, you'll kill him. You're right behind me. Is it my roll?
I believe so.
Oh no, it's your roll. My bad.
Oh well.
RNG got nothing on
13.
me. Numbers, go!
Slapping eruption.
Okay, Tara, but have you ever had the baked beans that they have for breakfast?
Yeah, there's
Because
a difference. There's
that's the
a
other
difference between
thing is they
American
don't
baked
really
beans.
sell those
Mhm.
here.
Yeah, American baked beans and what they're having are not the same thing.
Nope, completely different.
I would have said the same thing where it's like you're crazy for eating beans that way, but the beans that they're having are quite different in terms of taste.
Agreed. Yeah, they're not refried; they're baked, which are different.
Falling ice.
Yeah, they're expensive for me to buy. I need to find a hookup, somebody who will just mail me beans. Man, maybe I'll ask one of my coworkers. Hey,
Are you
will you
telling me that
mail
you
me
need a
some
beans dealer?
Do I need a beans dealer? Because they want to charge me an arm and a leg to get them in America.
Really true. This electricity's good. Nice high range.
Anyways, Bros is gonna get a PO box, so if you guys want to mail us some beans, I'm not gonna argue with
Yeah,
you.
there will be a temporary PO box at some point in our future. I did decide I
Found
want
a
to do that.
gun chest.
Ooh. It's a big fucking rocket launcher and it's green. God, you know what's weird? I feel like normally in Borderlands games, I find a ton of rocket launchers that are really worthwhile. Very much not my experience in this game.
Fair.
Instead, my spells are rocket launchers.
Also, if you're American, have never had Heinz baked beans, I'm sorry, and you should really try
Yeah,
to find them.
they're quite good.
And out of the swirling darkness of the corner steps a super duper normal looking hombre.
Oh my gosh, you actually came. I thought I was done for.
Why are you starting the story without me?
I just walked up here looking for money and gold and weapons.
Of course I did.
Well, that's a relief. Have you developed a defensive strategy? They'll be calling my case any moment now.
Hear me. This
You
be Judge
send
Boyle.
alcohol in the mail? I
Send
don't
in
think
the
so.
one known as Crooked Eye Phil.
Yeah, that probably depends on whether or not they know.
Come on now, it's just Phil. You guys are
True.
the only ones who call me that.
Shut up, nerd.
Shut up,
I heard that.
nerd.
Crap.
If there be anyone who would stand in defense of this clearly evil chump sack, you must report to the courthouse at once.
Me, I will.
Are we headed? I guess we're headed to the courthouse then.
Wait. Wait.
Oh yeah, if you were a game developer, you would do this.
No, no.
Oh, Yeah, there would have been like an interim room where you have to get a big chest and then open a door, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Ooh, we're about to fight a boss.
Oh yeah. Last 8-second Hydra companion. Okay. I feel like the Hydra stuff I would only ever want is like a bonus. Like if it's like you put a bunch of lightning down and then also Hydras show up. I'm like, okay. It's really unfortunate for Sunder magic that you can only get 1 charge. Feels like that should go up to 2. Like you shouldn't be able to get 3 charges of Sunder because that sounds OP. But like 2 charges of Sunder feels like it would be able to compete with the Meteor at that point, which seems all right.
Look at Iris trying to get that song stuck back in my head. It won't work.
All right.
Not even say that's why. Oh man, it's stuck in my head.
You
There it
there,
is.
take your
I knew it was
place
gonna work.
upon the dais if you intend to mount a defense for this cretin.
Cretin seems a little harsh.
Very well. Confer with the accused and probably guilty. We will begin momentarily.
Hey, Fel. How you done?
Okay, what's your plan?
So I've prepared a complex legal case involving a little-known loophole in pirate law based on the precedent set in Rumbeard v. Grogbeard.
No, listen. Just present the certificate and tell them I'm a really decent guy who just wants to help people.
Alternatively, we could kill them, Phil.
Yeah, it's really true.
Court is now in session. The somewhat honorable Judge Boyle presides.
The somewhat honorable judge.
Judge Boyle.
All right, when this guy becomes
We are
evil,
here
I'm gonna
to
have lightning
prosecute
on
the
on
case
deck
of
over here.
Crooked Eye Phil, who has been accused of being super evil by pretty much everybody. If the defense has any new evidence to present, do so now.
Your somewhat honor, whether or not pleases the court, I present irrefutable evidence that Phil is not evil. A royal certificate of non-evilness.
Yeah.
Oh, objection!
The judge can't object. All right.
Wait, you can't do that! Keep up these shenanigans, and I'll hold you in contempt of court and in general. Now, I must confer with my counsel about the evidence presented.
I'll hold you in contempt of court and in general is really good.
Yar, yar. Blow me down, yar.
I'm with them.
What? All right, Phil. Looks like it's me and you, bud.
This isn't going great.
It's been determined that the certificate of non-evilness...
Shut up.
Lightning will now occur.
Sorry, I was given the option to shoot him in the leg, so that's what he's getting.
Oh, fair enough.
Now I'm irate. But pirates...
You ran afoul of a pirate.
Mysteries abound!
Next time,
Hey.
learn to pick an easier mark, eh?
The lightning is just fun to use. It's not even like insanely good. It's just very fun.
Spare no pity for them. Piercing cold.
Oh,
Healing to be had.
mushroom, please.
You're a helpful sprout. Huh?
Beware, dog. That ain't bad though. It's definitely not bad. It seems like if it had like a little more pizzazz, like just like one more effect maybe, then it'd be potentially very, very good. I just finished the Nightwave kill enemies with headshots by shooting a rocket launcher at the floor. That's correct though. You did hit their head technically.
Is it over?
Now that's what I call bodies of evidence.
Oh my. I didn't want it to go this way. I just wanted to live and let live. You know.
Now you can. You're
I think
welcome.
there's something profound to be said here about
What'd you find?
the nature of evil.
Nothing.
I heard a
Well,
distinct
What is
shishing.
it?
It's
Fine.
hold on, I'm thinking.
It's cool. Take your time.
Evil sucks.
Level 29.
Very nice. I don't know how I am like a higher level than you.
What are you now?
I'm almost at 30.
Cool.
I just don't know how that's happened because we've only played together.
Probably because you kill things without me being near you.
You
Then
do
I
run
don't
past
get
stuff
the
and then you're like, you can handle it.
experience. Yeah,
Was there a chest or something here? There was a distinct shishing.
it's fine.
Okay.
To where the waterman come and bring me for auntie and rum.
Go to the drowned abyss. Where you at?
Going towards the drown abyss.
I see. Are there any other things in this area to do? Because I think that will take us out of this zone.
I mean, there's a ton of there to do, yeah.
You want to switch quests?
Hold on.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I'm fighting.
Oh, got a new gun in inventory? Ooh.
Alright, that was rude.
In front of the navigator. Oh, it must be this. It's a level 30 weapon. Mistrial of the Gull. All rise. Jeez.
Shut up and take my money.
I don't think Syme's grinding. I think he's managing his loot and then getting jumped by 20 mobs.
Why are you getting jumped?
Because I'm not paying attention and I'm just in my menus. Just doing menuing. And then it's like, there's a shark attacking you. And I'm like, oh, no, not a shark. Why is there a shark attacking me? Also, Rolling Hills, thank you for the 10-month Prime resub. Much appreciate it.
Don't watch the sequels.
I spot.
I electrocuted that guy pretty good. Also, did that pirate enemy say, "Yar, don't watch the sequels"? Ooh, higher spell shot power. Dark magic damage, though. Although I'm not even using dark magic damage right now. Let's do it.
Ammo up.
Finally done. I've become the Elden Lord. Such an amazing game. Easily 10 out of 10 for me. Nice, Toxic. Well done. Oh, wow. Yeah, this chaining is actually quite generous.
Yeah? Oh, well. Are you dead already?
Needs a strong central enemy, though.
aim for the hill.
Oh,
Time
badass
to
pirate
meet
captain.
old frail woman. Doo-doo.
The spellcasting by clicking your fingers just feels so rude. Yeah. I've seen a very good clip where someone did like the very obvious comparison that I had not considered, which is to be using one of the fire spells and then you're just literally General Mustanging people. Which
You
is
coming?
very well. I don't know what direction we're going.
To the place on the map.
Oh, then yes, I'm on the way. $108 hours, level 208. Dang.
Dead men really do tell no. Load it up.
All right, almost there.
That's right. Breathe it in.
All right, I'm here.
Weird when you'd show up.
Meet frail old woman. All right.
Anti-anchors.
Fire Mustang new prestige class. Is it Colonel? Oh, I forgot. Oh, hello. Anti-anchor.
But I will
Wait, what the
teach
fuck?
little one.
Look at this character design. She's a skeleton. She got 2 hooks for hands and anchor feet.
Oh, I haven't worn one.
How does
of these
multiclassing with
in
Greyborn
days.
feel? I went spell shot
Whoa.
Stabbermancer. Wait, what happened?
Grabbed a collar and my character said I haven't worn one of these in days.
Wrong, you will suffer.
By what, lady?
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Has found a new walker. Such a good
Oh, Pookie's adorable though.
you are.
You're so cute.
Collar on. Time for walkies.
Look at this little chompy boy.
I don't like how he talks.
It's Gur.
It talks then.
Haven't you ever seen an enchanted collar before? What a
He's a little bitey, but he's cute.
No.
he likes
I will do
you.
so.
Low standards, I guess. Give him a rub.
Wait, how?
Show him you're friendly. Oh, Pookykins, he's the sweetest boy. Okay, time for his walk, and watch out for strays.
I bet she gets told to pick her feet up a lot. Jesus. Oh, there Pookie goes.
Pookie?
I think we're following Pookie.
Pookie.
Pookie is schmovin'.
My dog.
Go on then. He'll need to do his business soon. Make sure he isn't interrupted. He can't make
Is he?
duty if
He's pooping.
Pookie is estoy poopin'.
This is what we say about Finn.
Yep.
Keep my Pookie boy safe.
So he can pookie poopy. All right.
Leave Pookie alone, you mongrels. Go on, scat.
That's right.
Oh, that's a big one.
Scoot and skedaddle.
There's a chill in the air.
Don't do it! Not the right spot. Didn't feel right. Didn't smell right.
This really is Finn.
He didn't go. He does this sometimes. Just follow him. He'll find the right spot soon enough.
Yeah. This is it. Boom boom time.
I hate this.
Did Pookie Nums leave a present for Mommy?
Gross.
Pick it up now.
You got it.
No, this one's on you.
No, you got it.
I do it in real life.
You got it.
No, you got it.
No, you got it.
Digitally, you got it.
No, you got it.
Digitally, this one's all you.
Well, I guess we're gonna sit here a while, eh?
Yeah, that's fair. Who's Chompy? Come on, digitally, you got it.
Oh, I believe in you.
Why not?
You're the expert.
I'm the expert. Okay, fine.
Oh,
Gross.
hey, it's Pookie Kid's Happy Buddy Bowl. He just loves swallowing that thing. Grab it.
Do not taunt Happy Buddy Ball. A walk to dismember.
Wait, adventurer. I have passed through my master's anus 147 times. Please, end me.
What's the holdup? Give Pookie his ball back.
Wait. We should end the Buddy Ball's nightmare. In the fire. Right? Or do we make the dog happy?
Okay. Hear me out. I
I feel like we're gonna have to fight Pookie. If we don't.
feel like that will be easy if that's really the case.
It's not about being easy, it's about should we.
It is a cute little shork.
Burn it.
All right.
It's your call.
Oh, you said burn it. I just did what you said.
Jaws. Life has chewed me up, and finally,
I will be swallowed.
All right.
Now, it's time to get Pookie to the park.
Okay.
You just love the park, don't
Huh,
you?
no consequences for these actions.
All right. Not yet.
Now, Mush.
Look at this shork go.
I like this shork. He understands.
And splish splash in the bath.
They made him an animation and they said now speed it up.
Yeah, no, they said make him a gremlin.
It's not a sea warg, pup. Get that thing the hell out of here.
yeah! This park is for crab people, you know what? Does this look like a fishbowl to you?
Be nice.
I mean, they're just gonna get lightninged.
He loves to play with his little friends. But mind they don't get too rough. He's a sensitive boy.
Look at that stupid guppy puppy, thinking he can just waltz.
I'm
into
killing
our
you,
crab
Deb.
park and
Shut
we're
the
not
fuck
gonna
up.
do
Yeah.
nothing about it.
It's insulting, is what it is.
Rodrigo's gonna get the lightning.
Sea warg people.
Your name is Grenda. You better keep your fucking mouth shut. You already died once.
There's a little teeny rune on Pookie's collar. Go ahead and hit it for me. Playtime, Pookie.
Yeah, I thought that might occur.
Oh, God! It's Pookie!
It can't be. From the
Lightning.
When I lay waste to my foes, I didn't mean it that way. To me, you just lose weight to be rocked.
Winner, crab for dinner.
Well, that was unexpected.
It's do-gooders a goner!
Cool your head.
Okay.
The ice spike is so disrespectful.
That's enough fun for today. Come on back home now.
Little Pookie, not so small. Very tiny.
While they were dying, those crab park dudes said something about Pookie being like a legend. What was that about?
If you'd read the tie-in novel, you'd understand.
Yeah, Valentine, I did.
What? When?
In the last 0.3 nanoseconds.
Oh. Well, how was it?
Surprisingly moving. Took you long enough.
Hit scan ice middle finger really is rude as fuck.
Turn on his collar again so he can eat like a big boy.
We're gonna get.
Go on, Pookie. Hey. Hey, lay off him, will
Oh wait, we have to melee it off.
right there with the
Oh.
evil eye. Jeez. Dinner time's over. Smack that collar off. There you go.
We did it.
Collar's
Definitely almost killed
off
Pookie.
now. Go sleepies now, okay, boy?
Rude.
Well,
I'm level
what
30.
are you waiting for? A cookie? Get the hell off my property, you malcontent! And come back and play with Pookie anytime, you hear?
What a mysterious quest.
They said we really like Gur.
Yeah. All right, now I also
Wait a
get
minute.
10% of my health
Hold
whenever I
on.
cast spells.
If
What's
you
up?
hit love Pookie, he says love you, but he doesn't have his collar on. My immersion.
I can't level strength and dexterity anymore, so I'm honestly lost now.
Come pet this Pookie and watch him break your immersion.
Why does that break my immersion?
Because the collar's what helps him talk.
Oh,
It's a
was that really?
Yeah, that's the whole reason we said, oh, so he talks, and she said, haven't you ever seen a blah 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 collar?
Oh yeah. Got a blue pistol from that. Status damage? Yeah, I mean, I usually inflict statuses with my spells, so it seems all right.
Or Andy's just a fucking liar. You know what? Okay.
Yeah, her arms are claws and her feet are anchors, so honestly, I'm gonna have a hard time believing anything she says. What is that?
On to the next quest. I'm actually gonna yeep to I'm gonna yeep to the salty saunter.
The giant collar is on an anchor out back.
Yeah, that's where I got it from the first time.
Oh, you had to pick it up from back here?
Yep.
Oh.
And then I had to hang it back up when the quest was done.
Oh, I missed both of those parts.
You coming?
I don't know quite where we're going.
The salty saunter.
Okay. Then yes.
Welcome.
So there's no such thing as too much spell cooldown.
Whoops, that one takes us to the overworld. My bad.
It's okay.
Um.
I was never gonna check out the blue pistol, is he? I guess I'll look at it.
Okay, well, we're in the right place for this one.
Chump. Jeez.
Kinda in the right place for this one, so we'll just go to this next one. We gotta find the ghosty ghost.
The ghosty ghost.
Ghosty ghost.
With the mosty most.
Ah. Oh, no, it's fine.
Bullets at the ready.
This gun seems totally fine. Reloads on crits, I think. I did not figure out what it did.
You coming?
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at items. Where am I going?
Imagine shopping.
I wasn't even shopping, I was just looking at stuff that's in my inventory. Where are we going? What are we doing?
No, you're good. I'm just killing sharks.
Okay.
But yeah, it's on the map.
Okay. Okay. I teleported up to the Scallywag teleport, and it appears to be much closer. If you're interested.
I'm looking for dice.
There.
That one's mine. Don't touch that loot. Call it ice.
So many cosmetic drops.
Ooh, 2 purples.
We're just in different sides of this island because you went somewhere else.
Correct. Well, I went towards the quest.
Okay.
That's what you told me to do.
Well, run towards it.
Well, okay. I mean, I did.
Together, we run towards it.
You ran immediately away from me, and we're like a whole map away.
Where'd you the scallywag? Where'd you go?
The scallywag teleport is like, it's like right near the objective.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Look at you with your 2 eyes and 2 legs and short bottom flapjack.
Who's up for some fun?
They won't before you. Should I pretend to cry? Can any of ye read a timepiece?
Piercing cold!
Let's make it happen. I see waters ahead.
Ready to go again?
Electricity is occurring in this general vicinity. Blazing and Craftulator. With the cool gun you have in your inventory, Sarah, gone with the distant gunshots heard in the background.
Hey, thanks.
Free the ghost.
Alex.
Oh, nice.
I'm a lot more dead than I was a couple days ago. But I got no idea how or why.
Literally right behind you.
Need your help.
Rude Alex. Very scar of you, mate. Very chill.
Very ska of you.
That was my pirate name. In death, that's still my pirate name. But I don't remember nothing else but this here hook in my head. And maybe something about the apothecary.
This guy's got the chompy
We can go
bits.
find some answers there. Let's go. I'm gonna tag along, but I don't want to frighten nobody, so I'm gonna be invisible. Wait. Can I turn invisible? I'm a ghost after all. Hey, let's see.
Oh, this is very
I'm
spooky.
still here.
Spooky.
Them cannons look like they're attached to the gate mechanism. That ain't it. Maybe the solution is around here somewhere.
That one stays on, so it must be right as the number one.
All right, so it's got to be that one and then this one. Okay. We'll just sit here and look pretty.
What? You were figuring
Check
it
my
out,
head.
and then I used the information that you gained in order to take a guess.
They can't eat me because I'm a ghost, but they can for sure mess you up. Good luck with that.
You were not doing any sitting there and looking pretty. You figured it out. And Sarah is pretty. That's true.
I fight. Get him out of here.
Oh, purple up here from the sharks. I don't know if one got there for you. Prolonging Arc Torrent.
That's my enchanted nose ring. But
Enchanted nose ring.
I believe the answer is quite simple. It was harder to digest than the rest of your body.
man, I hope I was dead before I got ate. But I just remembered something. The enchanted nose ring protected me from potion fumes. Well, let's go find the back door to the apothecary, and maybe we can figure out the next piece of my death puzzle.
The concept of a death puzzle.
You're not supposed to be here. I know everyone who's supposed to be here. Did you get him?
Look out, Larry.
There's something of mine true there. I can feel it. Get those guys so we can find them.
Get the shrapnel.
God, the taser thing is like way better than I thought it would be. Good emote.
Give me a hand. That's how they want it to die.
There's a shoe in the air.
You see? A drain pipe.
Hey, it's a drain pipe.
We're gonna meet the potion seller. Oh, has this game made that joke already? We have not encountered that joke yet. I don't think, have we?
Melt the grate off?
No, chat's definitely said it.
Seems like something I'd have done in another life.
Also, how's Berserker going for you? They have good skills in that tree?
Before I was
That's fine.
Okay.
wish I could remember why I traded.
Search for a Melton drink.
So you replayed against your own captain.
I still can't remember exact. Potion of acid splash. Hot damn, that's a lucky find. Let's melt that grate. I mean, seriously, what are the chances that the exact thing we needed would be right here?
Melt. Oh wow, yeah, that is really a Melton. Right off, Underbarrel Tears were highly underrated in 3 as well. Literally shock damage on hit at all times, even if the gun had a different element. Hey, nice.
Lucky you.
3. Well, I tried. An attempt was made. Oh, this is a frost damage Spore Warden necklace. Is that really good for you?
Yeah.
It's like 15% frost damage. You're
There's gotta be more clues about what went down here. Let's look around, see what we can see.
All right, I dropped it here.
Their fate is in darker hands now.
It's blue, but the numbers on it seem good. Honestly, I should probably try and consider frost damage. If I find like a spell shot frost damage one, that'd be pretty good.
I can't wear it. It's above my level.
Oh, you'll get there. Should be pretty close anyway, right? Oh, hello. Potion cookbook.
Potion cookbook and a mess of seawater pots. Now that's hot as I'll get out. It looks like someone was making a big old batch of seawater essence. But what for?
Book.
Says here there's a huge shipment
The
of
dice up
so-called
here.
healing
Oh, yeah.
potions headed for Brighthoof. Could this be why I was killed? Not trying to stop this?
It was a 20, so there might be a legendary up here for you.
Oh. Well done. Oh, wow. A lot of epics. No legendary, but very good. Statue material gypsum. What's a purple spell? Consuming eruption of unrelenting. Spawns a singularity which erupts after a short delay. 2 spell charges. Cast repeatedly. I mean, I'll give that a shot. Okay, that seems potentially very good. Fire damage, berserker power. Loot luck. No, I shouldn't.
These are labeled healing potions. That sounds legit, right?
Nah, that sounds sketchy as hell, mate.
This doesn't look so good. But I'm working on a theory. Let's keep moving. Wait, I hear something. Listen.
This be the last batch we're making for Brighthoof, then?
Yar! Captain says it be the strongest one yet. Town's not gonna know what hit him.
I remember now because of the thing they just said. Donald's in danger.
I remember now because of the thing I just said.
It's Rude Alex! I knew he'd come back for us!
Quick! Drink the potions! It's our only hope!
Oh yeah, that spell seems
You're
good.
welcome. Don't quote me on this, but I'm sensing that potion
Wow.
doesn't heal you as
That
much
blizzard
as
seemed really
turn
good
you
too.
directly into a
Jesus.
sea walk. Am I right?
I didn't even hit it.
What do you mean? But they had the blizzard
I
on
didn't
them.
even hit them. They were dead.
Oh, that's my head. Grab it. Wait. Picking up my
We
head
Destiny
must have
PvP
jogged
with
my
pistols?
memory, because
Which
I
one?
just remembered. This must be why they killed me.
Yeah, because of the potion that turns people into sea wargs.
Because of the potion that turns people into sea wargs. Every time you get one of my things back, I remember things. Materialism does weird stuff to our sense of identity, I guess. But look, we gotta get to the vat where they're making this potion and stop them from, you know, doing that. They were gonna use
The pistol in your hands. Oh, yeah.
everyone in Brighthoof. And I just couldn't let it happen. It's one thing to shake a potion down for protection. It's another thing altogether to turn a whole town into secrets. Hey! You guys suck! Now you're gonna die too!
It would be all too easy to lose.
Ooh, pirates.
Joke's on you! That's how they wanted to die! 16 men on a dead man's loot crate!
Quartermaster. Already dead.
Now on my leg! The pirate was on the base!
A new height. And calamitous force.
This spell seems really good. Yeah, that 20 really gave me some spicy pizzazz.
Fucking kill him, I'd rather stop the vat. Look around. Maybe something here will remind me. Oh boy, this is existentially a lot. Guess I took a hook to the head while trying to shut this vat down. Too bad you weren't here for that one, huh? But I remember how to do it now. Crank the temperature on the vat.
So many memories of foes slain and looted.
Oh, okay. It's like a sure, like a crystal ignition. Sure.
Nice. That'll overheat the current brew. Next, we gotta close the steam release.
Okay,
valve.
Thunder Eater is he's out here doing it. Ooh, purple. Well, that's another frost. That's a frost damage spore warden. Oh, whoops, my bad. I didn't realize there were more pirates just spawned.
That should wreck the vat for good. We just need to add something delicious. An ingredient straight from the heck realm.
Frost dagger. The cold of the grave. Ready and deadly.
See, others using tasers too. They actually made them kind of good this game. Yeah, this taser, I wasn't really using them. I thought the taser was like kind of like a meme just from like reading it, but I would never gotten a gun that was like also just good besides. And this gun is really solid. Like I'm mostly just firing the taser to let it just do a bunch of lightning stuff.
That's it. Now throw it in the vat, and this potion's toast.
The werewolf potion. Yeah, of course.
What is this ingredient? A magical reagent? A super chemical?
Dr. D.
Dave's devastatingly deranged hot sauce?
Jesus.
It's a pirate's secret. Although, they didn't shove a hook in my brain, so I guess I can tell you. It's pineapple. Add to anything, instantly ruined.
Oh, that's a lie.
You are so wrong that I am going to invent a way to re-kill you.
Well, Sarah, at least your character's on the same page as you, right?
Yeah.
It's donezo. Now we just gotta stop.
It was a meme in Borderlands 3. Back then, you needed to tag them directly with the taser. Ah.
Though I'm tempted to bail just for your awful opinions on pineapple, I guess I can't let a whole town turn into sea wargs because of it. Let's do this.
Hey, I don't
Both
wanna
our
argue,
characters
all
are
right?
on board
Let's
with the
go.
pineapple, apparently.
I'm coming for you, Captain Pirate.
I wonder if any of the voices are, like, not on the pineapple is good train.
So their big plan was to turn people into sea wargs and then steal from them.
Yes. Wouldn't the sea wargs be even more dangerous than the people, though?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, but what are they gonna do? Stop you from taking their stuff? Sea orcs can't exactly wear nice jewelry.
Why not?
Well, because I don't know. They don't have ears. Have you seen them wear jewelry? It made sense in my head, okay?
Okay, let's just suspend our disbelief here and help our pirate ghost friend. Okay? Okay.
What in the name of Drills, Barber? What now?
Surprise, Captain! I bet you thought you'd see the last of me.
Rude Alex. You failed to stop my plot against the people of Brighthoof and Life, so now you return in death.
I place Spore Warden plus Stabomancer for lots of crits. That's fair.
But the town is mine.
I'm doing like spell crits. Oh.
Calamitous force!
Ow, why am I in such great pain? Oh no. I think there's an enemy that can like remove my spell charges. Or something. It's like, I don't know why my spells weren't charged up. Weird.
Oh crap, more
Ooh, better
bad
shield.
guys means more work.
Oh shit. Oh, never mind.
Of course. I see death.
With your hands, you blackguard!
Freezy, freezy, 1, 2, 3.
It's possible to play Spore Warden plus Grave Warden and have two companions at once. Yes, that is indeed a thing.
Have at you then.
Put 'em in the brig.
Where is the pirate captain at? I see a gunner.
Come on then.
He's like no health bar, hiding, like just fighting your mushroom. I think your mushroom got him like a while ago. Oh, he's like drinking a thing. Okay.
Is it over? Wow. Let's be brief, man.
Triple ice spike. Projectiles increase spell charges. Cast repeatedly. Oh, man. They keep giving me the cool ice spike spells.
Frost dagger.
I'm gonna try it. We talking to this boy? I think Claw and Berserker for full melee. I can't imagine it wouldn't be that. Oh, hey, I see a weapon chest after we're done talking to Alex. What is this? This looks like a thing you're not supposed to see this closely, considering it's like a low detail model. From testing, Stabo Zerker's best full melee. Stabo has a lot of melee synergy. Ah, well, I guess that makes sense. It's a Stabomancer.
Gee friggin' whiz. You really did that. Not only did you avenge me, but you saved Brighthoof. Look, thanks for trying to put me to rest and all. It's not that I don't appreciate it, but I kind of want to return this place back to its former glory, you know?
Why should you let a little thing like disembodiment keep you from your big dreams?
You're right. And you're the best. I'll get to work on making this a place that actually helps people, instead of trying to turn them into monsters.
All right. Oh, wait, was there anything in the chest?
Not for me.
Unfortunate. Not really for me either. Oh, it's a repeating cast thing, though. Those are always fun. The repeating cast stuff is really good.
Winter's Blade!
Super if they make the dice account bound. The dice account bound? What do you mean by that? Oh, do we get a spell for this quest? Yo, I'm gonna go look at it. Great Wake of the Nemesis. Terror can fill any space. Knocks up all hit enemies into the air. Huh. Oh, that's fun. It's a sunder, but it's got a shark in it. Oh, but it launches like fish out that explode. Okay, that's potentially pretty good. And the cooldown's really short. I'm gonna go with these singularities, though. These seem really good. The loot drop from dice is almost always not good. I've got some pretty good stuff from dice.
Yeah, I got a legendary today.
Yeah. Maybe then played Genshin again and got Boba drinking water himbo. Nice, TJ. We're headed to catch up with the undead friend, yes.
Yep.
I feel like this area is the most, like, regular Borderlands zone. You know what I mean?
No.
No? Okay.
Can we work this out so we all walk away? Leave it to me. I'm rich. Explode!
Mystery Simone!
Take them for all their worth.
Piercing cold!
That's right. Oi.
Ready to go again?
Oh, there we go. My gun was not working.
You're just in time. My dear LeChance, wind of my heart sail has been captured. It's that thieving pirate lord, long-bronzed Gilbert. I aim to run him through with a rusty cutlass, but alas, he wears the most potent protection, LeChance's plot armor. After Gilbert sweet-talked his way onto our boat last night, he stole LeChance
The plot armor
away
is very
and
good.
vanished. Must have been using that sea sorcery that's so popular here on the island. Go talk with the local witch doctor. We'll have to fight fire with fire. Plot armor is precious booty. No man can die when wearing it, so the legends go. But somehow, Gilbert pried the armor off LeChance. Unless he... No, he had to have used some magic devilry.
Oh, wait,
Witch
there's a chest up here.
doctor's an old friend. Her magic's
Yep,
helped
I just
me
couldn't
out of
figure out how to get
many
up there.
a sea pickle, which is
Spell
like
shot
a sea
berserker.
cucumber, but even
Oh,
grindier.
there I go. Bye.
I'll keep that in case I switch to that later. The G Wizard of Ardor. Oh no, this thing sucks. Aw. The more Monkey Island, indeed. Find any more dice?
No.
Unfortunate.
I'm running back because I didn't get a chance to get that chest because I fell off.
Oh. I will wait then.
You don't need to.
You sure?
Yep.
Oh, wait. Oh, I guess you'll hear the audio.
Yep.
Oh, I found a dice. Well,
Nice.
that's not what I was looking for, but I found... Yeah, all right. Hello, bros. How is your spell shot power? My spell shot power... is 26.5. Been trying to keep it high. Is it your roll or mine?
My game crashed.
Oh. Does that mean it's your role? Well, I should be disconnected momentarily. I'm surprised I'm still here, to be honest. There goes. God, I have the biggest gauntlet on this new armor. Like, I am wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. I'm gonna grab some more water real quick. Gabe, you want some more water?
No, I'm fine.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay. I return and I have acquired water. Why does your armor look way better than mine? Oh, this is Sarah got like a legendary drop that was for my class. So that'll probably pretty much explain it. Although I think this looks worse than the epic armor I was wearing. The epic armor I was wearing had this like dope coat and stuff. Oop. This is what I get for not using the handle. Like a cheesemaker? Cheesemaker for what now? Oh. Did my OBS just freeze? Oh, whoa, Was that a frame drop? What is... Chad, did that look weird to you? It sure did. It's been happening all night. Here, you gotta tell me. Why would that be occurring? Did you were playing a game? Oh, my bad. Because you're suffering memory bleeds from Wonderlands? Well, it can't be Wonderlands because they're two separate computers.
Wonderlands has been shitty though with memory.
Yeah, that's true. It's been really messing Sarah's PC up. Just today though, not before.
I don't know.
All right, I just closed Chrome, which was like absolutely taking a shitload of CPU for no reason. So hopefully that's better. Weird. It's Chrome. That's the whole reason Chrome will do that sometimes. All right. So will Firefox. Okay. All right. We're going to keep Chrome closed for a minute then. Are you back in, babe?
Yep.
Okay. Game session no longer exists. I don't believe you. All right. I'll load in and then do it. Let's just use Opera GX browser and then maybe get a sponsorship with them for money. Ooh, compelling.
Magic begin.
Connection to host failed. You're not in the middle of loading or anything, are you?
Nope.
Weird. I'm trying to get it to connect. Maybe I have to restart too. I'm gonna restart real quick and see what's what. Cloud syncing. Oh, I am now online. Is that so epic? Instead, nobody uses Firefox anymore. It really is the superior web browser. Oh, I mean, tons of people still use Firefox. Firefox.
That's the only way you can stream movies on Discord.
Wait, really?
What?
Wait, can Discord like not capture Chrome?
You can capture Chrome, but there's some protection in place for like Disney Plus that won't let you play Disney Plus through Chrome through Discord, as it'll just show a black screen.
Huh. You know, Firefox I think is isn't it still like the second most popular browser? I think that's right.
A new Netflix wouldn't let me. I'm not sure if Netflix is fixed with Firefox. Anyways, not that I recommend that you do that. That would totally be against, I'm sure, some user agreements.
That's true.
Blah blah blah.
NVIDIA's Shadowplay won't start if you have Netflix running. Huh. Hey, there we go. Now I was able to get in. I am here.
You said you were near a dice.
Yeah, I was over here on this hill. It's actually pretty close to the objective, although I don't know who the person is for the objective. The bad times on Firefox, it was the slowest thing possible. I used Firefox like before Chrome existed, and I've always found it to be pretty good. Rolling.
The more the dice, the better.
9. Ooh, a purple spell.
Yeah.
A decaying Hydra. Well, that looks like a person.
You
Oh no.
are the witch doctor, are you not?
Oh my god.
No, Aldrin.
Is he gonna tell us what to do?
Need a drink.
That be she, but she be asleep, or in a trance, or a sleep trance. Find a way to wake her from her witchy slumbers.
Awaken!
Well, blow me down! That trance be deeper than a sunken semiotician. But have no fear.
What is a
There's
semiotician?
cannon not far that you might commandeer. Sure, of course.
Steal my cauldron, will they?
Find a loud cannon. Well, there's a cannoneer down here. Hello, cannon
Welcome
attendant.
to Yes We Cannon, here for all your cannon needs. If you need something louder, we've got the powder. Care to give it a blast, me lord? D?
Rosie lever? This is like a little cannon.
Oh, very quaint, don't you agree, me lordy?
Yeah, sure. Does it come in, you know, big kid sizes? I need something loud.
Oh, you
Oh,
sorry
boy.
sods. The lordy wants it louder. Bring her down below and swap her up with something what kicks proper. Let's show 'em what the Far Mountain Clan can do.
Gonna fire a big one.
At the ready.
Alright, that's more of a cannon.
That's the biggest you've got, and that's fine, I suppose, but something tells me you can do better.
But the dragon cannon is forbidden.
The dragon
Since it fought
cannon.
The dragons of the Far Mountain in the last age.
Oh, is that all? Come on then.
Very well. Dragon cannon hoist! Right, you dogs. Raise high that elder boar from which all worldly sorrows were shot. Today,
Oh.
we rouse the hells themselves. Isn't this exciting? Put your backs into it, you sorry spineless Saxon sod! Don't keep the customer waiting all day! Just a moment more, I'm sure. Pull her up faster!
Yeah, this seems good.
The Lord is dying of old age up here! I am so sorry, me lordy. They're new. Cannon at the ready, me lordy.
You want to throw this one?
I believe in your capability to click a button.
All right. Fair enough.
All right.
That killed this guy?
Awake. Wait, I'm awake? Who woke me from my very death-like but definitely alive trance?
I remember it being louder.
Oh, what's so bloody important that I couldn't get a little shut-eye?
I must douse a man's soul flame, but he is protected. How do I destroy plot armor?
Destroy plot armor? Impossible! Unless you're a cunning witch doctor like myself. I can't destroy it per se. But the curse of true character could turn a crusty coward into a smaller creature, and the armor would fall right off. Well, then again, they might transform into a vicious giant monster, depending on their character. Either or.
Giant monsters, you say? Oh, tell me more.
Tell you what, meet me at the Ravenous Caverns, and we'll put the curse together. Together! It's a good thing you arrived when you did.
Now we have two different people to meet at the Ravenous Caverns, I think.
Claiming my magic cauldron for their own.
The only quest you have left here.
We'll reclaim it soon, but we need the proper ingredients first.
Sea hags, comrades and concubines of long bronzed Gilbert they
It's a
are.
gun chest over.
Bones! So it's you who wants to destroy some plot armor. Didn't LeChance own some? I thought you two were flotsam bound together in a foamy sea of love.
Aye, we are now and always will be. But the chance has been kidnapped, and his plot armor
There's a
sits
ring.
on the burly chest of long bronzed Gilbert.
Spell damage. That's
I won't rest till my love is
yeah,
in
that
my
seems
arms
good enough.
and my
I'm gonna take that.
blade in Gilbert's gut.
Now we'll harvest the materials for the curse in this hexcaster. Now we'll need to collect curse essence from some sorry cursed souls. Head to the grave of the bone-picked pirates. They made the mistake of spending a night in these haunted caves, only to be eaten alive by cursed crabs. Now they too share the curse, transforming to their true crabby form when they grow.
These Explorer Edge Crumbfire, probably some others. Chrome is the only one that I bothered to stay with. It's just really convenient, like just being able to like log in wherever and be like, oh good, I have all of my stuff.
To make the curse. Now place that.
After last night's stream of Nightmare Reaper, I'm very, very tempted to buy it. That game seems absolutely incredible. I mean, there's a reason it was the other option for today's stream.
Where's all your spells? Oh, there they are.
I think that's quite enough out of you.
Dang doink.
Dink dank doink. First essence.
I've never seen an adventurer so skilled at crushing crustaceans. Well done. But to complete the curse, I'll need my cauldron. I'll meet you at the beach near my hut. But beware, those coiled crones have given more sailors peg legs than the diamond sword dagger scissor reefs. Come, let's send those sea hags back to the slithering sea whence they came. Grab my cauldron and prepare the curse.
Kill the coiled.
What? Who's that?
Oh yeah, it makes sense they would be a Naga.
There they are! But who's that they're talking to? He's that long bronzed.
That is a legendary.
Did you?
You killed my coiled allies. Approach me so I might look upon their
It's technically for both of us.
Whoever you are, you handsomely mysterious murderer.
It is a spell shot Spore Warden armor.
Ranks of my undead crew.
Nice.
Once we make you dead first, that is. Crew, attack!
Hold out best you can. Old Bones is on his way.
I don't know if you want this, but you could try it.
Oh, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Fire a broadside, and keep firing broadsides until further notice.
Chew on this.
Yar! How does 12 pounds of iron strike?
Don't mess with the best.
Mushroom bloom of doom.
My beloved crew, you'll pay for this. Eventually.
The treacherous sea scallop flees. Back to his cave, I'm certain. I'm coming for you, Gelbear. Tell the chance I'm coming for you both.
Oh, those damned sea hags wrecked my place. Oh, Bones. Good thing you showed up.
It's been too long since our last adventure. Are you still a practitioner of the sea sorceress arts?
Would you be asking for my help if I wasn't? Now you, drop the curse essence into the cauldron.
Ah, 'tis a powerful kindness you do me. 1,000 thanks.
The Curse of True Character. Made of crabs and questionable ingredients. Nice.
Well done, Witch Doctor. And you, me hearty, whatever your name or profession may be. Now to Long Bronze Skillbear's cave to rescue LeChance. We better get a move on. We've got a long walk, followed by a longer swim. Ye can swim, can't ye?
We cannot swim.
Bones, I'm insulted. Let me just whip up a portal for you. You've been
Oh.
with LeChance for many moons, Bones.
It was directly behind me. I did not see the portal. I am blind.
'Tis a fair question, witch doctor. And after long bronzed Gilbert sinks to the salty deep and LeChance is free, I just might.
I'm kind of surprised this wasn't just like an immediate fight. Ooh, big chest over there. Ace gun?
Found a dice.
Ooh. God, there's only 4 more in this whole zone. Nice. 19. Hooligan of Alarm. Oh, this is one of those heat up things.
Now, try to parley. No more blood needs to be shed, unless that blood be the blood of long bronzed Gilbert.
These guys look like they would be a very big problem.
Got a parlay to get to. Just gonna do a quick little parlay with the captain. If that's all right.
This'd be easier if I had a...
Parlay, do you have an appointment?
Look at this little tiny
No,
boy.
I don't. That's not a problem, is it?
Parlay, may I ask then, what is the nature of this proposed chat with Captain Gilbert?
Parlay. Need to tell him to hand over LeChance or I'll do something terrible and violent.
Parlay? That seems like a threat. I thought we were parlaying. Maybe learn some manners, you know? No way we're letting you in with that barbaric attitude.
Damn the ancient and subtle code of parley. Pirate law protects these scallywags, so we can't just fight through.
I seem to recall spending a lot of time and effort collecting curse juice or something. Will that work here?
Brilliant! That just might work! Sea creatures probably aren't under the purview of pirate law. Hit them with a hexing!
Here we go.
It worked! Look! Their characters made conspicuous by their cowardly
Huh.
carapaces! Now, kill those cute crabs!
Oh yeah, that combo is...
That was a close one. We almost broke pirate law. We might have had to suffer through pirate court, a pirate fight, or even pirate community service.
Plan on trying out Wonderlands Endgame? Yeah, whenever we get there, I definitely will give it a shot.
And free my lovely LeChance. Onward!
I've heard pretty much only people say good things about it. It's like Chaos something something, right? I don't really know. I've pretty much only seen positive takes on it on Twitter, though. That's my extensive knowledge about it. Well, that is a Doise over there.
Bouncy! You came! Sure as the tide. Of course I did, my love.
I'm tired of listening to you two spill your guts. Crew, spill the intruder's guts.
Kill Gilbert's crew and let Drill sort them out.
Away, LeChance, away, you're bound to stand the nether. Arr, you think you've won, but every soul in my crew is loyal to the last. Behold,
Mayhem modifiers suck, though. Best game out of any Borderlands game.
of a single innocent soul.
Bones! LeChance! No!
And with that, long bronze Gilbert begins draining LeChance's soul energy.
Har, har, har! And with your partner's sacrifice, I can summon my loyal crew from beyond death's reach!
It's not too late. We can still save LeChance. Kill the crew!
Hold on. He's reviving his whole crew with just one soul?
Part of us all. Keep up, Sally Pal.
Just how much soul energy does LeChance have anyway?
I don't know. Enough. He's got like a whole bunch, okay? Just
this seems like a really good shield. You might want this one. It's not really good for me.
I just got a new one.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'll leave you to what's left of your love, and I'll be on me ship if ye wish to join him.
Agree with this being the end game, but the modifiers are either you win or you cluck and die. Jeez. Oh, do you want to go get the dice?
Sure.
Oh, there's also a chest.
You're feeling luckier, Mama.
Yeah, 6.
Getting lucky.
Could be better, could be worse. Oh, that sure does look like water. Oh, it is not. It is just, it is very not deep.
Companion through seas fair and foul. I miss that body. I worked so hard to firm up that coccyx. But there's no time, Bones, darling. You've got to stop Gilbert. I don't know how much
Modifiers are fun to add a good challenge, breaks the monotony.
weather this storm. Come, me hearty. The murdering bastard's on his ship, making ready to flee.
I woke up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, she got up very early. That was totally a yawn. Yep.
It's time to end this. Let's see if the witch doctor's hex does the trick. Place the caster and fire away. It worked. Wait, what's going on?
That's really cool.
You've mangled my plot armor! No! You'll pay for this, Bones 3 wood! By my wretched claw, I'll send you to meet LeChance in the deep!
This is for LeChance!
Gather round! I see death.
Don't tell me immune. I don't like that.
At least I got my
Oh, there he goes.
But I'll never hold me sweet LeChance again. And who knows where Gilbert's flung his soul. Witch Doctor, get me home, would ye?
Certainly.
This modifier is roguelite, a test of true skill in my opinion. Oh, well. Can I go back through this? I can. Good thing, too. There's an orange thing here. Ramming saw blades. Huh. It's nice that we can just go back and forth through the portal.
Probably only till I jump through.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. It probably will go away. Try these saw blades. This is the wrong spell.
There's someone here who'd like to see you.
Bones, can you hear me, Bones? LeChance, my love,
I'll say a pretty short cooldown.
you're free. Free and waiting for you. You always come for me, Bonesy. And sure as the tide, here you are. Oh, LeChance, but I'm a skeleton, and ye be not beneath her. We can't truly be together unless me matey here uses some sea sorcery. Me hearty, hex me.
Are you certain? I don't think it's reversible.
Sure as sure. No. Once I'm a fearsome giant crab, I'll pop right out of me plot
I
armor.
got dropped another legendary.
And then you can unmoor my ghostly spirit from my corporeal bonds.
All this much? Let's hit the world.
Piercing cold!
What happened? I'm teeny.
I can help with that. Through an ancient, mysterious, and
He's great.
complicated sea sorcery ritual.
you're talking about it, get me spirit out of here! If you please.
Sure thing, Bones. Hold still. Bibbidi-badonka-bum!
It worked! At long last, I'm free of that cursed Moni prison! Oh, Bones, you're just as beautiful as the day we met. My love, when I'm with you, I'm the luckiest pirate in all the seas. I'd give up all the nautical debauchery in the world for just one more.
That's the spell Sarah had a few days ago. Yeah, the soul bleeds. Turn Graveborn spell shot. Dark magic is a wonderful and worthwhile addition to the series.
And don't ye forget it, love. As for you, crew, I be
Oh, did you sit in the menu while they were having this wonderful moment?
I'm sorry. I menued real quick.
'Tis all yours, me hearty.
Or
Now
chat.
Come see us away. 'Tis terrible luck starting a journey without a proper send-off.
They get like their full physical bodies though. This is cool.
May the tides of fate guide you on your voyage to distant, peaceful shores. Oh.
Mean this with as much love as possible. Yay!
We have no choice.
Absolutely, in the best sense of the word.
These bitches gay.
Let's get away from all
Good for them.
away, chance away. We'll go
Oh, spell shot berserker armor.
together away, chance away.
Game really wants me to switch to that. Inventory full.
This world
Oh.
is a garden of power watered with souls.
You flashed. Did you level?
Yeah.
Nice. Also, Gasp, if you're on Graveborn Spellshot, like you started as Graveborn, is your class name different? Because they all get unique names. Mine is Deadshot, and I'm like the same mix, but I don't know if it's different if you start as one or the other. Same name? Okay, cool. Dark magic, spell shot, power. Okay. Currently pushing Claw Zerker. It's a trip, but your ability uptime is wild. Oh yeah, I started as a Clawbringer initially, but I wasn't super into the abilities and like the early skills and stuff, so I switched over to Spell Shot, which has been very, very fun.
It's dangerous out there. Cover yourself in
Alright, talk to Joyful Roy in Wargtooth Shallows. Is that on the map? Oh, it's off the map. Fair enough.
I must ponder my powers carefully.
Spellshot has a lot going for it. Yeah, their early skills are very good. Like, there's like, just like having spells that crit is nice, and then like magic bullets is just really solid to go with your passive, and it's very nice. And also the early survivability for mage armor is not bad either. It's just a class that like just kind of starts immediately doing what the thing is that it wants to do. So there's a dev stream next Friday? Yes. Yeah, that's going to be that. I mean, that bodes really well for like the update day for Warframe being like around the middle of the month, which sounds fantastic to me. Because if they had said it was like the 15th for the dev stream, I would be like worried that it was going to be like during PAX weekend that the update was going to launch. Which could still be the case, but maybe not. Hopefully not. To the overworld. We've not seen this in a while.
Yeah, we have.
Do not
Overworld?
forsake me, gods!
That's why we walked in, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it's like, I mean, we haven't seen it like this whole stream.
I am Baronet Tristram.
Oh,
and
clerical
I've lost
error
my
because he's a
faith.
cleric.
Please,
Yes, I see.
beg of you, help me restore it. I have heard
Oh, my big hand.
so beautiful that they can restore even the
This
most
big honking
wretched
glove.
of souls back into
Ah.
ardent love for the gods. Bring them to me.
Riverborn has a lot of potential for sure. Yeah, I think most of the classes have like a good chunk of potential, honestly.
Smell it? Coming from that dungeon? That's a shrine piece.
I taste fear.
Nice. Unlike Frost, well, you know.
Let's get rowdy!
These foul souls defiled this temple.
His own looks cool.
Destroy them.
Raptor! That one's mine. Don't touch that loot. Breezy, breezy, 1, 2,
Why is my character continuing to snap?
Chew on this.
I can still use spells, but it's all I can do. Character joined a gang of snapping. Melee? I appear to not be allowed to melee. Alright. I can still like jump and dodge and stuff, but I cannot use gun.
Nothing but fizzles left.
But at least I can use like the main thing that I do.
This'll be fun.
It'd be very bad if I couldn't. The Jets versus Sharks intensify, pretty much. Unequip your spells. Oh, does that fix it? I'll wait until this encounter's over.
Walk on, warm blood.
Who taught you to heal the world?
Oop, still out here snapping. He's just snapping there, menacingly. Yeah, I don't know what's up. Well, Nothing in the chest. I guess I'm good. Well, here we go. It's my gun. Hopefully it stops on load.
The writings
Oh, nope.
must be in here. Cleanse this holy place.
God, I thought that they said the writers must be in here for a second.
No holding back. Sorry, that was supposed to be a warning shot.
Okay, I'm back. Pretty sure I missed a lot of nothing at all. Pretty much. We haven't done a crazy amount or anything. You also haven't been gone that long.
Recharge! The cold of the grave. Go for the eyes.
Back on the clock, boss.
Oh.
There. The writings must be in that chest.
Oh yeah, there indeed be the writings. Try dying? I'm here snap-a-clapping. God, can you imagine we went back to the overworld and like the hand was still on screen? Just be very funny.
The scroll of eternal faith. It's real. I must read it this very moment. Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain. It's so profound. I feel the warmth of the gods in my heart. Thank you, hero. I must hang this in my guest bathroom so that all may feel its glory.
Wait, congrats on Infinite Snaps. I got soft locked and had to restart my Claw Zerker from scratch. Oh, don't say that to me. That would be very bad.
Who's there? I can barely see a thing. You look fuzzy. Margravine Seller, the meanest devil cards player in the buttery seas. Trying to cross the ravine, are ya? I know there's an invisible bridge over it, but I can't see it without my magical eyeglasses. I lost them to some coins.
Oh, this must be the quest that allows us to do the go over these little pillar area things.
Mm-hmm.
That dungeon over there mayhaps contains a shrine piece.
God, this game gives you so much XP. I don't know who would want to be doing the random battles. It's a good thing they let you skip them. Or I can only hope that I'm not. Oh no.
That's the coiled clutch it is. Fight your way in and teach those cheaters a lesson.
Well,
You lost, my little morsel.
Bridget Squall! Oh, God.
did you finish Nightmare Reaper? We did not. But we're back on Borderlands. I think I'm quite a ways off of finishing Nightmare Reaper anyway. Probably not like a one more stream thing.
Make some space.
Scales gleam no more. I taste the silence. So glad you could make it.
Try restarting. Yeah, I will after we're done with this encounter.
That's how I die, from a fart. I'm all magic up.
in your game, you're in Ceres, maybe it'll be fine whenever you get back to yours. Possibly. Be unfortunate if this is like a... I mean, I can't use guns, but at least I guess I'm the magic character. Like you said, whoever had this for re-equip a non-finger snap spell. Oh yeah, we could go for that. We tried the complete unequipping. Well, I can still use the other stuff. So there's that. Well then. You have a wand spell? I think I might.
The coil that cheated me out of my eyeglasses! Kill them all!
Yeah, this is a wand one. Oh yeah, I just don't get the animation for it at all. Try equipping an action skill.
I've seen where you're headed. I don't envy.
I just can't use the action skill.
Her scales gleam no more.
Frost dagger. Next time,
That's
learn to
not
pick
good.
an easier mark, eh?
I'm gonna ruin your whole thing. Scale shatter.
You try dying. I have not.
Oh, here. Here.
I'm not running away. I'm slithering in the other direction.
Oh, badass. You need to murder me. Oh! Them hitting me bumped me and it got me out of it, so that's great. Awesome.
There they are! Pick them up!
They did like a little shield shove and that got me out of it, so that's very nice. Alright, cool.
Perfect. Come bring them to me.
Alright, we're good. It didn't even have to die. I just had to get like force bumped. Oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably because that'll interrupt my spells.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would bet you're right.
Oh, dice around here. Oh wait,
Behind
no,
a
this
wall?
is yeah, it's fine. Yep, you're right. Yep. We'll get that thing later.
Look at those.
I hope whoever restarted their character didn't see that. They'll be like, "Aw."
Yeah. Well, they probably restarted early.
Of course, I
Which, so at least there's that. Hopefully you weren't super far if you spent like 20 hours playing your character. I feel very bad for you.
There. That will let you see the coiled invisible bridges. Built at things all over the place.
Wait.
Cool.
Let's go get base.
Fair enough. I think there was like multiple dice that have the bridges, right?
There's more to be found all
I think so.
That one's a door. Here's one that's the bridge. Because the open world ones are just money, are we just gonna grab them?
Yep.
Dang it. The more the dice, the better the loot.
And I know for sure where one more was. There's over this way. There's like a whole area we didn't go to. Or is this just a shortcut? Yeah, wait, no, there's a quest over here. No, there's a quest and a dice. There's a quest and 2 dice. Although that's like a weird demon wall. Okay, okay, there's a weird zone now.
Lucky you. Ooh, luck going up.
I must soar. I will.
Word of warning,
soar.
beware Eros.
The
All right.
gods think of us as playthings. Do you not see it? I have leashed the souls of 1,000 crows into a new flying spell, but it requires a special magical essence to cast. Retrieve it for me from that dungeon nearby, while I keep this murder of souls together.
My theory is every dice is 1% added loot luck. I could see that. I will say that like the more dice we've gotten and like the further we've gotten, it could be both. It could be just the deepness into the game and the dice doing it. But it does seem like we see a lot more purples and stuff. But some of that's got to just be level.
Oh, Els, are you dead already?
Let's not draw this out. I have other appointments.
Gather round.
Winter's Blade!
The Snapcast is so rude, but it brings me joy. Yeah, it's really nice. Just further on had better loot, I think. Recently went to the starter zone and just there had whites and greens. Okay.
It's not female bandit, it's just bandit, you misogynist!
It's all coming together.
Savor these last few moments.
Kill them!
Who turns to hell?
Overall die affect your overall loot luck plus the shrine you get. Go to your journal, it'll show you all the boosts. Oh, cool.
I hereby hire me to
Ooh, well, here's a chest.
Sense the magical essence.
Yeah, some greens.
being guarded here.
Woo, can't wait to cast something.
I'm good, go whenever you are. As a server, I hate the sound of someone snapping their fingers. Oh man, do people do... Oh, people do the thing where they snap their fingers to get your attention? That's rude as hell.
Don't make this harder than it has to be.
I'm a woman of few words, I'm not a bullet!
The most I try and wave someone down, I never click. Yeah, no, never, ever would I do that. Waving someone down, or like if you remember their name, just saying their name is like, that's the max.
I do the tentative finger, like.
Oh yeah, like
hold up.
the two finger.
I just do one. I just do like a quick excuse me, like finger.
Oh, yeah.
But like without the words.
Yeah, that's
because
yeah,
I usually
that's
know they're
super good.
busy. I just want to get their attention.
Mm-hmm. You just want them to know to put you in the queue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get my dog.
Now, retrieve the essence.
Yeah, I don't understand how so many people go to like restaurants and stuff and they're in so much of a hurry that they can't wait a minute. You know what I mean?
Those souls are getting feisty.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm ever in a hurry, I'll like ask the server to like leave the check when they deliver the food.
Yeah.
I'll be like, listen, we're not ordering anything else. Would you mind just bringing the check with the food as we're, you know, on limited time?
Yep. 100%. Like I think the most impatient I've ever been was I went to Denny's and like I was waiting for him to come back so I could pay, and had been like a half hour and I'm like, dude, what's going on? I got up and he was asleep in a different booth and I'm like, oh.
What happened?
I don't know. I think a bug flew into my face.
Luckily I had cash and I just like left it under my plate and I'm like, he'll figure it out.
Oh, I won't do that.
No?
No, I've heard too many horror stories of like more than once my friends as servers had bussers clear the table and
Oh, well,
take-
yeah. In like if I was at like a busy restaurant, it'd be something. It was like 3 a.m. He was like the only other dude there besides the cook. Yeah, in a more busy situation, I would never do that for sure. I went to Denny's. Well, you see, bros, there's your problem. Denny's is good.
Denny's is gross.
Y'all are always thinking about Waffle House.
The patron god of
The patron god of critical hits. That sounds like my patron god. Oh, hey. I wonder when we get through these devil doors.
Why are you shit talking Waffle House, by the way? That's rude.
I mean, compared to Denny's, like, the Waffle House is the one where everyone's always like, you should go. And everyone's like, Denny's is the worst. And it's like, no, Denny's is the good one of these two. Waffle House is cleaner than Denny's? I can't say I've ever encountered a dirty Denny's.
I mean, Denny's just has a grungy aura about it, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, the aesthetic is a bit grungy. That's valid.
I'd much rather go to a Waffle House. I know what I'm getting at a Waffle House.
You
I'm
might be getting a knife fight with your server.
good food, and I might be getting a show. Listen, I go to Waffle House. I don't talk to nobody. I don't.
Oh, that's because you practice mind your business, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, if you go to Waffle House, don't talk to nobody, don't engage with anybody more than you have to, and enjoy your food. It's an incredible dining experience.
Interesting.
You just have to practice the mind your business rule at a Waffle House.
I would love to go to
And
Denny's
if there's a
Waffle House.
show, you can look up, but do not engage. And do not stare too closely.
Don't send your opinion into a show at a restaurant.
Sure do not.
Also, if anyone doesn't know what we mean by a show, what we're referring to is also known as an altercation.
People are just taking care of their business.
That's true.
Who am I to tell them they're wrong for it?
Was that it?
Don't go to Waffle House between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. and you should be
Oh.
golden.
That's fine. You can do that too. Just go. It'll be fine. Just mind your business.
I don't think I would go to a highway Waffle House.
I would.
At the
They're
late
all
night.
on a highway.
No, but I mean like it's the restaurant on this highway exit. You know what I mean?
And I'm just saying, it's delicious. Enjoy your time. Just practice mind your business. If you don't know how to do that, don't go. These are your options.
I wouldn't go to a highway restaurant, period. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, if you're on the highway, it's always better just to do, like, to go. If you're in any kind of, like, the sketch zone. If you're in, like, the murder zone, then you should grab your
I don't know.
McDag's equivalent and move on.
Listen, I'm just saying you can roll those dice.
I'm just saying you shouldn't roll those dice in Michigan.
I'm saying 9
Because the
times out
dice
of
are
10.
loaded.
Oh, it's fine.
Golden, baby! Numbers, go!
Also, I grabbed the dice that was in, like, the ice area.
Cool. Did you know that the
Wonderlands has a
National Weather Service looks to Waffle House?
I did
During
know
a
about
storm?
this.
cycles with events repeating
They'll stay open through anything.
100 years. Never exactly
will.
the same, but never all that different either. One foul force, however, has remained consistent through the ages.
I'm in nowhere, Wisconsin, not rolling the dice. Nope, no way. What are you gonna find? A cheese murderer?
Stretch back to the first cycle itself.
Wisconsin. My sister went and like worked in Wisconsin as her like out of college job, and honestly, Wisconsin seemed like a pretty aight place.
That proud, noble bridge standing before you would provide passage were you to give it a thwack.
Oh, do you think the note taker is Matthew Mercer? I could see it. Where'd you head to on the map by any chance?
Map.
Where now?
The map.
Okay.
A little sassy,
Why
John.
is
I'm
there a-
sorry. I'm tired.
No, it's okay.
I'm grumpy.
That's
A
A-okay.
poetry page walks upon the wind nearby.
Oh, a it's not unlike a hero.
Name 4 well-known murders and a good chance one is from Wisconsin. Wait, is that true?
Yeah, Wisconsin's a. Yeah. Yep.
Really?
Mm.
I would never guess.
Nothing else to do. Eat cheese and murder.
See, I was just about to say they've got eat cheese. You'd think it'd be somewhere like a Dakota that you'd get like the murderers because they're like, I ain't got
There's not
nothing
enough
else
people
to do.
there's not enough people in Dakota.
Oh,
You
not
can't
enough
discover the love
concentration.
of murder if there's no one around.
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna murder. Oh, really? How's ya? Because I bet not.
The nice people in Wisconsin are easy to murder too, huh?
They're not nice. I've never met somebody from Wisconsin who's just nice.
Well, that's because they left Wisconsin, I bet. I don't know. I was in Wisconsin pretty often. It seemed like they were pretty all right overall. I didn't see a huge amount of it.
The note taker isn't Matthew Mercer. It's Marcus Lloyd.
You think
Same
it'd be a
VA
made-up
as
state like
Roland.
Missouri? No.
Missouri's nope. Mm-mm.
Go
We're
on.
not gonna-
Just go ahead.
No, it's,
Go ahead with what you say about
No, it's
the
fine.
Missouri that I like.
no, it's fine.
No, just please go on. Please tell the people
No,
what you see.
No, it's fine.
You smell that? Coming from that dungeon? That's a shrine piece.
Sarah is not a fan of Missouri.
I didn't say that. Don't speak for me.
Okay. You can't make up such a disaster realm as Missouri. I really liked living in Missouri. Missouri is really nice.
There's a reason you can also call it misery.
I don't know. It's really nice. I liked it a lot.
You know what's weird? I've never not lived in a coastal state.
Oh, I guess there's technically the lake up there, huh?
Yep.
Okay. I was gonna say, where the fuck are we
I mean, I
right
guess
now?
that doesn't make Ohio coastal, but I mean, like,
Oh,
not
Chicago's in
land-
Ohio, isn't it?
No,
Which,
it's in Illinois.
It's Illinois that got that. That's right on the nearby. It's like right nearby. So yeah, Ohio doesn't have one of the lakes, does it? It's like just barely not.
It has Lake Erie.
Ohio's
If I
got
recall
Lake Erie? Does it go far enough right for that? Okay.
Yeah.
Falling ice.
I think it's Erie. I could be wrong. Geography's not my strong suit.
Don't worry. Even people in Michigan couldn't tell you where all the lakes end up.
We don't have to fight these. We're just going to do a quest. Yep, Erie.
You can't be serious. This is my competition.
I was right. Yeah, I lived in Texas. I lived in California. I lived in Seattle. I lived in Seattle's not a state, but you know where Seattle is.
Seattle's not a state.
I lived in Maryland. Oh my, wait, duh. West Virginia's not coastal.
I thought we had we had one of the lakes. Is there
No,
not?
West Virginia didn't got nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
But like, we're close enough to Maryland and all that I feel like it counts. We're like less than 2 hours from the coast.
That's valid.
Maybe a bit more, but not much more. I don't know. I was raised in Maryland, so I claim the energy of that state.
I was raised in Michigan, and if I never go back, it'll be too soon.
I liked Maryland.
That's good.
Maryland is nice.
I can't think of a single person in Michigan I like that's not totally related to me.
That's rough.
Yeah.
There has got to be a more pleasant way to slaughter my foes.
The only person that I know from Michigan just sucks as a human.
Oh, that's me, huh?
No. I don't count you as from Michigan, but
That's
yeah.
because I do not claim it.
Never mind. The two people that I know from Michigan absolutely suck as humans.
Feel the same way about Alabama. I'll only visit for family, then leave again.
Everyone I met in Alabama's been a... Never mind. I'm just grouchy. I'm not going to answer him. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm just grumpy. Just ready to just be mean. Don't mind me. Don't mind my business.
Michigan sucks. Every time I drive through it, it's gray. It's all gray. I mean, there's a lot of forests in Michigan. I mean, when it's not gray, it's all green. How much
sleep? All right, I slept a lot. However, I slept on the couch by accident.
And whenever I went to bed, she looked really comfortable, so I didn't wake her.
You just left me there to suffer overnight.
I didn't think it would be suffering. It really seemed like you were super comfy.
I was not.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Fell asleep at 7 p.m. on that couch and got however many hours of...
Like 10 hours?
Gross sleep. But I woke up at 5 a.m. and I immediately went to work. Yeehaw.
Oh no, Sarah's not bad whenever she wakes up. I just thought that she looked comfortable.
Oh no, I'm grouchy when you can tell them the truth. You don't have to lie for me.
You're grouchy for like maybe 5 minutes.
There's a subconscious Sarah that wants everything in her vicinity to end.
Yeah, but she doesn't last very long.
No, she's only got about 30 seconds of power in her.
Yeah.
But she's real angry for that first couple seconds. When you work at your Discord job, yep, you nailed it.
Yeah, that Discord job's pretty good.
How dare you wake me up? That's the exact energy. It's usually something about I will say anything to get him to leave me alone.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I'll need to get up, but I'll be like, don't talk to me. I'm fine. Don't look at me.
Do we have to discuss what it's like to wake me up?
No.
Okay.
He's the worst to wake up.
Here, we're going to talk about it anyway. We didn't have to.
It's just absolute full unbridled, like, I'm 13 and mom, you can't make me go to school energy.
It's worse. It's worse. It's worse than that. I wake up full of hate.
Does.
I wake up with vitriol.
And I have no tolerance for it. So it's my lack of tolerance mixed with his.
Well, it's also because I have a wake up process. I need some time.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I have a boot up system that needs to run. Like I'm out here. Like give me 30 minutes. Like I gotta run.
I have to wake him
this.
up. Yeah, I have to wake him 25 to 30 minutes before I actually need him to wake up, or he ain't getting up.
Yeah.
I'm a fast waker upper. I go from like 0 to 60 in like a minute and a half.
Yeah, if anyone tries to like force me to wake up like right away, usually that will engage turtle mode.
It's true. I have to be really nice to him, or he won't get up.
Yep.
Which is annoying.
Hey, that's just the way it is.
It's annoying because I got shit to do. I wake up and I'm like, I have so many things to do today. Let's get the day started. But no, if I have to wake bros up, I got to set aside 25, 30 minutes to wake this man up nicely so he doesn't project awake.
This is why it's always just very helpful to tell me if I'm needed for something before I am asleep, because then I will have planned to be awake and I'll be much more accepting. Doise.
He won't. He's lying.
Oh, that's one lucky dot.
Ooh. Very nice, 19. Graveborn
15,
Spore Warden.
Can't believe the
I thought it was
human
19.
equivalent of a bios is just everyone is ready to draw blood and commit atrocities in the local vicinity.
I can't believe the human equivalent of a bios just everyone is ready to draw blood and commit atrocities. Daydream, thank you for the 100 bits.
My sweet Caroline.
Bros has to let his bootloader run first. Yeah, I am. Like,
If you don't, you have to be so nice. He has to feel like it is a it doesn't even matter that he knows it's a lie. He has to feel like it's a wonderfully sweet moment, or he activates turtle mode, in which I will not see him for a couple hours.
you can also
It's
if you just like tell me, you're like, hey, I set a grocery pickup that's got to be done at like, you know, whatever the time is. I'm like, okay. I just need time.
He goes, set it later.
Well, I know you can't do that the day of. That was definitely my initial reaction, though.
Lady of Storms, and I will have vengeance.
It's because Bros is dreaming of the perfect Warframe patch.
Because Bros is dreaming of the perfect Warframe patch sometimes.
No one plunders from me and lives. I have drowned.
He also steals blankets.
Okay, that's not true.
Does he burritos?
Okay, I do burrito, but I do not steal.
That's how you steal.
I burrito with blankets that are currently available.
Yeah, so if I'm not holding on tight to him periodically throughout the night, you'll be like, this blanket, it must be available.
You kick blankets off yourself in your sleep, and then they get absorbed, and
But
that's
I get
nature.
cold. I'm regulating.
I'm a goddamn thermos, so like, scoot closer.
No. There's a middle ground when I have blankets. It's not. You are like the most heat.
You're the worst type of bed partner. That's not true.
Yes.
Oh, that's so mean.
Listen, I'm sorry, but it's true.
No.
Yes.
I'm not actively stealing from you, and I give you so much room.
Okay, I don't know if you have ever met a sleep you. In fact, I know you have not, and I feel like this is where the miscommunication's coming in.
Oh, I see. Also, how is the game? Game good. We've been in sea shanty zone for quite some time.
Well, we are in the ocean.
Yeah, it's true.
Which
Ocean
was
big.
underground until we decided to no longer allow there to be or underwater.
I was gonna say the ocean was not underground, actually.
You should have ducked, blocked, or I don't know, not died.
Actively stealing the bed until they are not on bed is worse. Yeah, that's much worse. I definitely do not like try and steal room.
Nobody does do a thing. He's like, I want to be close to you, but meanwhile, it's me hanging off the bed because I need to not be like sweating, because he heats up to a temperature that is uncomfortable for any human to sleep with.
Yeah, she doesn't know how I survive nights.
I don't. I just don't get
I am
it.
very warm.
Says, you ever seen heat before?
Ooh, hey, a chest of weapons.
Nicely managed, matey.
Ah, some greens.
Leave a lot of them. Quick and back for your payment.
I sleep with a flesh and blood heater, so blankets don't matter. Oh, yeah, I do. I'm the same on that.
You are that.
Mhm.
It's you.
They're saying Zyme
I
is
just
hot
don't understand
temp-wise.
how you can. I don't understand how you can be so hot and still want all the blankets.
Well, you know.
Nope.
I just get way warmer.
Yeah. Yep.
You don't
Who wants-
experience the full
Who
heat.
wants to sweat in their sleep?
Oh, it's me.
Ugh. Blech.
I become the molten core. I empathize, Rose.
Me, I want to regulate my heat. Be a nice temperature. Wake up nice and comfy.
In the summer, I will put a foot out.
I made him start making the bed because he would roll as a burrito would, and then I'd go to bed and I'd be like, yes, time to untangle this mess.
You did not force me to start making the bed. You
No, I just
politely
begged.
asked.
Several times.
Ooh, a meteor.
Dad, don't let him fool you. I had to beg. I found a dice.
You're feeling luckier, Mamacita. numbers. Go!
Oh, that's a big meteor.
Do you see where I am?
I
Are
do.
you gonna come?
Oh, shit. I fell. Oh, I fell all the way down. I'll be there in a second.
It's fine.
I attempted to hurry. Yeah, I think I had to go up and around here. Yeah, here's the boat. That was a hella slow meteor. Didn't know that was a thing. It apparently does constant damage while it's falling, which seems pretty good. Okay. I see you. Where I gotta go?
Jump over there.
Oh, okay. Ow.
What? By jumping?
It's just very doable from here?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, yeah. Looked really far away. Thumb's bane of rushing rivers.
Locked and knocked.
Oh yeah, my bullets ricochet now.
Nope. Oh, I've got. Do you want to see what I've got?
No.
No? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Has I found anything OP broken yet? Does this look OP broken?
Chew on this.
No? Okay. Extinction Calamity is the big damage.
Shut up and take
Yeah,
my
the
money.
double radius is really like the big thing here. Also, calling something Extinction Calamity is like really high praise, honestly. We OP broken if when it hit it spewed 16 more. I have that one. Oh yeah, I had that one earlier. That was a very low level pickup for me that Sarah did not like me having.
Look. Boink. Boink.
Ooh,
Boink.
just always bouncing with every weapon? Or that gun?
It's a 35% chance, and then there's a 15% chance of additional ricochet. Why?
I just wanted to make sure it wouldn't hurt you.
Yarr, I knew you had it in you. Now,
Why are you so tall?
Actually, yeah, what the fuck, Joyful Roy? You're built like a brick shithouse. God damn.
I thought I was crouched.
Jesus Christ, Joyful Roy, you're a titan. That's gross.
You have well earned these pearls. Now, for my payment.
You seek payment? I will show you the wages of your heresy, mortal.
Is that a dark magic calamity? Yeah, it is.
I see death. Winter's world.
Yarr, a fine and proper thing, goblin and tyrannical. Come see me about your role.
He was underground for the meteor striking.
Well, brine my barnacles, I suppose that'll be the last we see of her. You've rightly earned your payment, matey. Now, away with you. I've piratey things to contemplate.
All it needs is to play 14's answers when you summon it. Oh, this is called Raiders of the Lost Shark. That's nice. Well done. And you know what I haven't seen in a long time?
Why are you in a menu?
Not anymore. I haven't seen a shotgun. like just like a pump action or like a sawed off or anything, like a little two-shotter in a while. By the way, if you gave the shark the pearls, she'd give you a loot shower. Ah, oh well.
Oh, I didn't know it was an option. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Who needs a loot shower?
Zyme has a type apparently, and it's sawed-off shotgun. Hey.
Hey, wait.
What?
Does that make me a sawed-off shotgun?
Yeah.
Hey. I don't resend my hey then. Hey.
It's a compliment.
I don't think so.
It's very efficient.
I don't.
And so powerful.
I know.
Is that a marble near you? Break it. I want to remember.
Where? Where is this marble you speak of, lady? She says that every time I come over here, I look.
And every time you're like, where the fuck
I found
is
a
it?
dice.
Oh, hell yeah.
You gonna come up here?
Yes, I'm gonna toss some stuff into this machine real quick, and then I'll be right there.
Fine, I almost didn't die.
All right, I'm on the way. It's over by the soda places where you ran to, right?
No, I'm at the dock.
Oh, all right, I'm on the way. Sam, why are you turning Sarah into a gun like it's Destiny 2? I'm confused what happens in Destiny 2 now. What's up?
Nothing.
There's a dice like up here.
I'm certainly not running up here for my health.
Are we looking for a dice at? I don't see it.
Son of a bitch! I wiggled when I should have waggled.
Where is it up here?
Don't worry about it. I'll come get it. Parkour, parkour. Alright, where you at?
I'm over here.
Oh, it's over here.
Oh, nice. It's a good spot for a dice.
You're feeling luckier, Mamacita. The more the dice, the better the loot.
Eruption of the Zealot.
Ramming, bursting, magic barrage.
That sounds dope. I think ramming means it's homing and like physical objects.
Spellburst! I'm all out of spell stuff.
This thing sucks.
Yeah, the little like flicker spells don't seem super great.
Okay, now why does this bitch always tell me there's a marble nearby? Please, Papa, I want to remember.
Marble.
Where? You say this every time I come into this area. I've already popped the one marble. Where's the other one? I need more data.
There's this one underground here, and then there's this one up above over in this corner, right?
I don't know. All I know is she says it to me every day, and every day I say, what do you mean? What does it mean?
Shit. There's not water there anymore.
Son of a bitch.
Destiny has a long history of turning people into guns. I don't remember that from 1.
There's a popped marble, but I already got that one.
Yeah, there's 2 popped marbles over there.
And why does she keep speaking to me? Ouch.
I don't know. She doesn't talk to me about it. Maybe this is your own personal hell.
But it's just the wrong thing for me.
You turn Oryx into a pulse rifle. I mean, like, he drops a pulse rifle, right? Or he is a pulse rifle? I don't remember that.
Imagine not even knowing the source of your pulse rifle.
A poetry page wafts upon
Found a poetry page.
Nice.
Tavern keep, tell the cooks, serve up your finest. Pour me the sweetest of all that's on tap.
For the rest of that poem, simply walk your little leggy legs to the tavern in Brayhoof.
Hello.
Hello. Alright. We have to go to the drowned abyss. The abyss of the drowned.
Oh, I came here. I wanted to look at all the new cosmetics I have.
Ooh, fair. I'm down.
And then I think I'm going to bed.
Ah, I see. Fair enough.
Because I'm
It is too mighty for
Weird.
grouchy. I found a dice.
I'm on the way back.
Crap.
I should send him some tea.
Is it down in the water or something? Yes, it is.
What? Was that it?
Mythological warfare. RNG got nothing on you.
Locked and knocked.
It's your turn on the dice.
No, it was yours, but I rolled it.
Dude, what about this dice?
Golden, baby.
What?
Getting lucky.
Oh, I thought we were talking about this dice.
There's one over here.
Oh.
That I already popped, so if you wanted to grab this one.
Yeah, I popped the one that was over there.
All right, then. Well, there was one for each of us.
All right. So Sarah's going to go to bed. Does that mean more NR? Probably. Although it is almost 11. Maybe a bit of Genshin. I'd have to update it, though. I'll make sure and update it whenever I go to bed. Maybe that'll be a tomorrow thing.
Yeah, because I gotta watch Critical Role.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
It's the 2-shot. Yay.
What, it's the 2-shot?
So over the summer, Abria Iyengar did a like a mini series in Critical Role.
Mm.
And 3 of the characters from that got into the main campaign. Like they traveled across the ocean and they're in the main campaign.
Okay.
And then, oh no, spoilers for Critical Role is happening. So plug your ears for a couple seconds if you don't want to know.
All right.
And one of the characters that made it into the main Critical Role series is on his way back to that side of the world. So they're doing like a 2-shot with him and the original cast, or in most of the original cast from that short series over the summer.
Oh, Para, I can almost assure you that Sarah feels the same.
Dorian Storm!
Sarah, do you feel the same way as Para?
I mean, Abria responded to one of my Twitter comments once, and it was one of the few moments when someone famous has responded to my comments that I actually felt like fangirly. So yes.
Okay.
I would honestly say I prefer Abria's DM style over Matt Mercer's. I like Matt Mercer. Actually, weird thing. I think I prefer Brennan Lee Mulligan, followed by Abria Iyengar, followed by Matt Mercer. I think he's number 3 on that list for me.
I fully agree. I feel like I have a hard time engaging with Critical Role. I'm glad that you enjoy it, but it's just really not for me.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, now that Dorian's not in it, it's really hard for me to engage with it. Robbie Damon, who played him, is genuinely probably my favorite part of Critical Role this season, and I don't know if there's really anyone else I'm invested in the same way. I like Fern, but I think Fern as a character does better under Abria's style of DMing better. And what I mean by that is, like, Fern came from that little mini series over the summer, and she had this pet monkey, and it was, you know, it's an elemental monkey, and he's really great. And he only comes out every now and again in this show and doesn't really have any, like, story moments. And I think it's because Abria would go out of her way to bring up something about Mr. and which is his name, and Matt really doesn't. Ashley can bring up Mr. and then he'll obviously engage that way, but doesn't make Mr. part of the story really.
And then let the
Interesting.
bad guys tyrannize the world uncontested until, presumably, they get bored and give up. That's a
Some of the stuff with Laudna has me very invested. I didn't watch Critical Role. I don't know if that was season 1 or season 2, but that tie doesn't. I don't have the
like
tie.
long-term tie.
Yeah, I don't. I know that has something to do with something that happened in a prior Critical Role season. I just wasn't. I wasn't a part during that time. For me, it's Mercer, then Brian, then Abria. I mean, that's fine. If you're I think if you're more of a and I could be wrong on this, but my assumption is that if you play D&D for like the epic fights, and those rules really matter to you because of that, then I think Matt Mercer's your guy. He tells a great story, but I do think that, like, he's a little bit more strict in the rules, whereas Brennan and Abria are
do not
more
give a fuck about the
story.
rules.
Well,
I mean, they
care, but I think
but it's like a fun care.
both of them are really storytellers, and I just don't get that out of Matt Mercer as much. He's definitely there to facilitate really cool interactions, but I don't get the same. It's not. He tells a good story, but it's not as fun, right? I think like the content with Abria and Brennan is so much more like, is this story fun?
Fair.
You have to disagree on that. That's totally fair. A grand story at large. Yeah. Matt Mercer is writing an epic in a way, right? Like, he reminds me of, someone who's writing a grand story, and it just doesn't, for me, it doesn't feel as fun. But again, that's just me. There's nothing, obviously, I don't think there's anything wrong with feeling different. I think they're all good, right? We're talking about degrees of goodness here.
Yeah, no, it's not like one's bad.
No. I'd have to agree.
Yeah, Mercer's definitely not doing a bad job. I just don't really. It does not keep my attention.
That's a good way to put it, Perrin. Maybe that's more what I mean. I feel like they're all telling a story when Brennan and Abria DM, and I feel like Matt Mercer is allowing people to play in his world. And I don't think either is wrong, right? I think they all have validity as far as like what's correct.
Yeah, I haven't watched the Abria campaigns, but like, I tend to like Brennan stuff.
I think if you like Brennan's stuff, I think you'll like Abria's stuff on Dimension 20.
Fair.
Because I think Abria's stuff on Dimension 20 is really fun and really it really highlights what she does well.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're all masterclass. I don't think any one DM is bad. It's just my personal preference.
Yeah. This looks fine. Not huge on this outfit. It's legendary though, so here we are. Watch Misfits and Magic do it. Oh yeah. I saw like a couple clips of that one that seemed like it was pretty fun.
Yeah, that's Abria's on Dimensions 20's channel.
Okay. Wait, maybe that's not the one that I watched. I thought that was the name of the like it's not Harry Potter one that was on.
It is. It's on Dimensions 20.
Oh, my bad. I mixed up Critical Role and Dimension 20's names. That's my bad.
Oh, yeah. Princess, I know you got it.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah. I was in the right thing. I just mixed up the names. All right. Definitely like Matt the most, but that could be down to him being my first real exposure, and I do try and learn from all the DMing I watch. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to have a favorite, Matt Mercer is not a bad favorite to
it's
have.
certainly not. What would be a bad favorite?
None the ones I've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, I look from Matt to Brennan to Abria, and they're all fantastic.
Yeah, it's just like different good.
That's it. And that's exactly what it is. I think when deciding between the three, I really do feel like it is very much a personal preference, and I don't think you could be wrong with any answer.
Yeah.
Someone could tell me.
You know what it might also be for me is that Critical Role is like not edited. And that I like the pacing of it might just be too slow for me because of like the non-edited nature.
Oh yeah, I think that could definitely be it because it moves slow.
Yeah, glacially even. Oh yeah, I can start this. I thought we did this. That's just a bunch of purple guns and stuff. Oh, is that the shotgun I was looking for? It do indeed appear to be that. That's good. This shotgun, loading one shell and then firing counts as getting a stack for spell stack. So that's really good.
Oh, I haven't seen enough of Brennan though. You gotta watch Dimension 20. If I'm gonna give you a starting place on Dimension 20, I have a couple starting places for you. If you like sci-fi, their current season is so Brennan's mom is an author of a sci-fi like series / comic book / I mean it's been a lot of things.
So while you were telling the story, if you head over to me, there should be a bunch of loot here.
Okay. And this season they're actually in space and there's like ship battles and you know they have to care for the ship and this is on top of like so it's like this cool hybrid it's its own system and it's really neat. So if you like like stuff that's kind of different, I think that's really great. The way that Dimension 20 is set up, just to kind of give you the way that works, is they have story episodes and then they have fight episodes. Sometimes they'll cross over, but very often you'll kind of like end an episode when a fight is starting, or when they're getting ready to go into a situation in which a fight will start, and then they'll have an episode that either starts with a fight or the majority of the encounter or the majority of that time period is spent in the fight.
And then depending on what the story is doing, sometimes there will be multiple episodes of a extremely intricate battle.
Yeah, depending on the story.
Yeah.
You got to start with Fantasy High.
You got to start with Crown of Candy.
I got to be honest, Fantasy High isn't my favorite, but I do know a lot of people love it. So if you want to start with Fantasy High, it's really good. Like I won't judge it. I prefer Crown of Candy as a starting point.
Crown of Candy rules.
Just because I think it's really fun, but
I think Crown of Candy would be the most enjoyable if you just like don't specifically need D&D, but you just want like a good show. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sci-fi, fantasy, or actual sci-fi? I don't know the difference between the two.
There's magic and shit still, I think.
In this one?
Yeah, I think so, right?
No.
Is there not? Okay, I've only been watching some of what she's been doing.
There's a lot of like guns and things, but no. Crown of Candy is probably the best thing they've done. It's my favorite by far.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
If you want to see a Bria, if you haven't gotten a chance to see her outside of Critical Role, she does an amazing Dimension 20 bit called Misfits and Magic. It was such a pleasure to see Brennan play somebody, like play a character. Oh, see, and that's the other thing. Yeah, I totally get Critical Role being your favorite because Travis is your favorite player. Totally valid.
I think, who's probably the player I like the most? It's probably Lou, actually.
Oh, I love Lou.
Yeah, Lou rules.
I have a really hard time picking a favorite out of the Dimension 20 cast.
Yeah,
so.
they are pretty much all really great.
They're all such heavy hitters as far as like in the D&D realm go, right? Because you have Merv and what's his wife's name? My brain just broke. Somebody help me.
I'm awful with names. I was surprised I could remember Lou's name 100%.
But the two of them run a D&D podcast.
Oh, neat.
That's incredible. And then you have Lou, who's incredible. Ah, man. Chetney is the best character. I don't really like Chetney that much. He's fine.
How was I don't know if they're still doing it for whatever D20 is on right now. They were doing like the digital tabletop thing. Did they keep that going?
Yeah, so this season, when they're doing this, they have this digital tabletop portion that they're also using. I need Lou and Travis at the same table. That would be interesting.
I don't know who Travis is, but I'm down.
Travis Willingham. He's
Is he the guy that had the big gas can?
No, that's Sam Riegel.
Okay.
Sam Riegel's funny. He's very campy. Sam Riegel is very like campy. If I could think of like a campy theater guy, that's what I think of when I think of Sam Riegel.
Travis is Thor?
He doesn't watch Critical Role with me, so he hasn't.
Yeah.
He just knows Sam Riegel because he thinks the gas can thing's funny.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, the most Critical Role I've watched was the Elden Ring one-shot. Which, like, the Elden Ring one-shot, I was very tired whenever we watched it. So I didn't get everything out of it that I probably could have, and it was a lot more combat-focused. So I think you enjoyed it a lot less, right, babe?
I mean, it was fine.
Yeah.
I like Matt Mercer as a player character.
Fair.
This'll be fun.
Sam Riegel versus Brian Murphy. That's fun.
Have you seen the Critical Role series on Prime? I have not. Not at all.
I have a problem with Critical Role's prior things. I don't have the time, nor do I want to invest the number of hours to watch Critical Role's old campaigns. I constantly look at the number of hours that are there,
And you're
and
like,
I just
no.
and I just dread the concept of watching it. But I also don't want to watch the animated series or anything like that without watching the without watching the campaign. So
We'll never know.
Like, I'm stuck in a, like, I gotta do one or the other, and I don't want to do either.
Critical Role is the One Piece of modern D&D live plays. Didn't we actually do the comparison, and Critical Role is more hours than One Piece?
I think so.
Yeah, I believe we did actually look that up, and there is a lot more Critical Role, I think.
You can watch it without knowing the campaign. No, I understand. That's like saying I can watch a movie without reading the book. I completely understand. It is still a challenge for me to decide. Because I feel like I'm giving up. Because for me, even if I love the animated series, I'll wish I had watched the campaign, but I will never go back and watch it if I have watched. I don't know. It's in my brain.
Critical Role is significantly longer than the One Piece anime. Yeah, the moment you're telling me that something is longer than One Piece, it's like, I mean, you're gonna have to sell me on this thing, bud.
I've also gotten into a bad thing where I think I'm like 3 weeks behind the Critical Role campaign.
And you're in fact waiting for the new episode.
And this is the new thing that they're doing, but I'm like 3 weeks behind on Critical Role, the current campaign, and like setting aside 15 hours is like, oh no. Yeah, Critical Role's been going for 7 years, but it's not continuous. They've had this is their third campaign.
Do you want to go for the next quest, and then me and you can just both head to bed?
No, I'm tired.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that this is the other reason I like Dimension 20 is it's like a tight 20 episodes.
Oh yeah, it being like a very digestible format is definitely, yeah. Because I mean, like those 20 episodes are like 2 hours each. But if you tell me, oh, this thing's 40 hours, I'm like, okay, that's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Dimension 20 that I really appreciate is there may be 20 episodes, but each one of those episodes is 2 to 3 hours long, and all of them are just packed full because they're, at a pace to get through it. So great.
1,013 episodes, but the manga is only at chapter 1,044. Yeah, One Piece says, yeah, there's a lot of filler for One Piece. But although the filler in One Piece, I mean, Sarah, you can say, like, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Pretty engaging most of the time. Sometimes it's bad.
The one thing I will say is someone said Matt Mercer is the most skilled player. The only reason I would disagree is because I think Brennan is the most creative player, which makes him stronger in my opinion. I think Brennan is a more creative player when he plays a character than Matt Mercer is, and I've watched them both play.
Okay, so from what I remember from like the Elden Ring one shot, whatever Brennan was doing really felt like everyone else's whatever they were up to was not particularly relevant.
Well, I mean, I think that's just because Brennan. I don't know. Brennan and Mercer both have like very dominating personalities, which works for being a DM. Yeah. And I think both of them are probably pretty mindful when they sit at a table as a player character to like not go overboard in like, oh, we can make this story fun.
Right, exactly. I've seen Brennan play in Critical Role C3, and he was a pretty big non-factor. Was he like a side character or something?
Bullets at the ready.
He was in the one shot?
What one shot?
Brennan was not in C3?
What is C3?
I don't know what C3 is. I have no idea. Am I getting names mixed up? Brennan is the DM for
Dimension 20.
Dimension 20.
He was in the Elden Ring one shot. He was a player character.
He was in the Elden Ring one shot. That is correct.
Yeah, he hasn't been in Campaign 3, but he was in the Elden Ring one shot.
Yeah, he's definitely not in Campaign 3.
That's why I was asking what C3 was, because I've always heard it as Season 3 of Critical Role, but I wasn't sure because he hasn't been in C3.
He played the Dragon Girl in Critical Role Campaign 3, I'm pretty sure.
He played the dragon. Okay, well,
think that
maybe
you're
that's on
talking
a
about-
week I'm behind because
he was playing like the dragon character in the Elden Ring one shot.
oh yeah, that was a one shot. That wasn't Critical Role season 3. That was a Elden Ring one shot. Oh, Dragon Girl was in campaign 2. Okay, all right. It wasn't a Dragon Girl, I think, in Elden Ring. I think it was just a.
Is this a thing where we can like look up like the like what they've done, like the what is the site, the movie site that just tells you what they've been in? We need that for this, clearly.
Well, I know the first time that he got to see combat with Matt Mercer was this one shot in Elden Ring.
Oh, okay.
Because he had a meltdown when Matt Mercer looked at him and said, "How you want to do this?" And it was adorable.
Oh man. Didn't see the Elden Ring one shot. Saw their Doom Eternal one. Oh wow, that must have been goofy.
Yeah, it was so cute. Brennan literally put his hands to his heart and was like, "To have been a fan for so long and to be sitting here having you look at me and say that magic line." It was cute.
Oh man, they all played demons. Oh, that sounds like a how to lose.
Brennan Lee Mulligan is hilarious. Got a chaotic mind.
Gas around the owner. Response to singularity erupts after a short delay.
Also, if you'd like some non-D&D content that's really funny and has Brennan in it, you should check out, what's that show we watch? Game Changer.
Oh yeah.
You should watch Game Changer. There's at least a couple episodes that are absolutely insanely funny.
Yeah, that thing's good.
You get to see the start of Brennan's villain arc in one of those.
When's the last time you guys played in a campaign? Never.
20.
You guys are lucky. It starts with a 2.
2015?
Yeah, I have never gotten to play, unfortunately.
So old.
I just want you to know that my mushroom is a little penisy, but he's not really, so it's fine. I need you to just accept him for what he is.
Oh no,
It's not-
this is fine.
Okay, good.
There's a playlist of Brennan CEO vids. Oh yeah, the CEO videos, those are good. Those are high quality.
I think a DM would hate to see Bros as a player. I think that Bros needs a very specific type of DM who won't let him get caught up in numbers. Because if Bros has numbers put in front of him, then no one's gonna have a good time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bros needs a very personality-driven DM.
I need a
who-
DM where the way to win is to do the cool thing, not just make the numbers go high.
Yeah.
Because if it's make the numbers go high, then I will get into the brain game of being like, how much HP would he have written down for this boss monster?
It's not that it's boring. It's just that Zyme won't engage in the RP because Zyme will be like, okay, I don't give a shit. All I need to know is that where can I go to get this skill? Because if I match this skill with this, then I know what I can do and I can repeat this. Like,
Well,
I
will just say back to someone, hey, how much is silver worth in the current economy of this universe? Okay, I trade in the gold for 100 silver. I melt it down into a bar. I sell it for more than it's worth. I keep doing that until I have infinite money.
So as I said, Zyme needs a very personality-driven DM.
I crashed the silver economy.
Oh man. I'm not glaring daggers. I know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Just like during half the gameplay today, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna sit here. 'Cause
Well,
he can kill everything in one shot.
It's not everything.
As most things. Which is fine. I just I know it's what brings you joy, and I love that for you.
The
Oh,
vortex
man.
exploding poison dot damage is good.
I know.
And so are the death icicles.
The number of times I turned around to throw a like ice tornado at something, and it was like, oh look, there's an ice spear, and it's dead.
An ice spear explodes out of the ground, and it just says 5,000 damage on it. I am sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's how you enjoy. Sarah's helping the damage go up. Yes, yes, I shall hit G to enable him to do triple the damage or
Oh,
something.
man. I'll whisk him very thigh-high inspired Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, no. DE knows what they were doing with that.
The D&D subreddit is a lot of people who like to theoretically play D&D. All right. This may be a controversial take.
I will use the numbers to do goofy.
Remember how I told you for like if you go to Waffle House, if you want to have a good time, you shut the fuck up. You don't look at anybody and you eat your food.
Correct.
You want to have a good time in D&D? Don't go on the internet. Don't go on the internet and make your game public discourse, because people on the internet will ruin it for you by telling you everything that you are doing technically wrong.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a podcast I've actually seen that TikTok has been recommending to me, basically. They might as well be running ads for these motherfuckers. That's called Dungeons and Daddies, I believe is the thing it is. It's a bunch of dads that just have no fucking idea how to play D&D, and they're just out here doing it.
Good.
Like the DM, this is like the clip that I've seen, and it's some fucking guy named Abe Ghoul. Right? Like that's this character that they've set up.
Right.
And the DM just literally looks at them and goes, "No, his name's not Abe Ghoul. Your translator's broken. It's actually anagram machine Lou Bega." And then he does a Mambo number 5 boss fight.
See, this okay.
That's
this is what I'm
so
talking
good.
about. This is the type of D&D we want. This is good. This is grand. We love this. This is how it should be. This is how D&D and this is just my opinion, and I understand there are going to be different opinions, and I want you to know that one, I respect you. What you play at your table is all you. But what my opinion of D&D is that there are some core tenets, and there's a mindset as like a DM and as a player that you should go into as playing it, whatever it is agreed upon on game 0, right? Session 0.
Yeah, rule 0.
But you only need to stick to source material as much as you want to.
Well, the DM does.
As much as you want to.
Yeah.
And I think as long as everybody at the table agrees with these rules, that is how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And theoretically, if you have a good DM, they are going to try and kill the party, but not in a malicious way.
Oh yeah, because they can just kill you if they want to.
Yeah. So I mean, I know some people are rule sticklers, and that's where they get the fun out of the feeling like they're getting the true experience. I am just like, whatever, you have a good time.
I feel like it's hard to be a rules stickler whenever like the power of a DM is if you make it not fun for them to run the game, they can be like, there's a Tarask, you're level 5, enjoy it.
Yeah, but there are some people who enjoy D&D being very close to the rules. There are people who just genuinely enjoy that, and I'm not gonna yuck their yum. It's not my personal favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think like you said, I think it takes away a lot of the fun.
Yeah.
Of just creating these really fun scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, that's just me. I'm a filthy casual.
No, I mean, like, I don't think that, I don't know, competitive D&D, like, I would like to be given a rule set, and then I will attempt to fuck with that rule set. But, like, I understand that I'm not trying to, like, ruin it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Now that I'd like to see. I'd love to see you try 2 different D&D games. I'd love to see you try, like, a very story-based, just having a good time D&D.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see you also play, like, a competitive D&D
The competitive thing. If you give me like a strict rule set where like we're following every rule in the book, I'll be like, okay.
Right. No, I mean,
You're
I think
gonna have a bad time, but okay.
that's what I'd like to see, because I think that gets more into like an escape room type puzzle situation.
No, I'll tell you what it gets into. It gets into the arguing with a judge at a main event Magic the Gathering is what it gets into. The wording in the book is this, and it means this.
It says and, not or. It says
Exactly.
and, not the.
Exactly. The properties of
It
this
says
magical item
any.
are this and this, meaning it is a metallic object and also.
Look at this. Excuse me, Judge. It says any, which means I could be multiple if I wanted to. Oh. I appreciate about that. I love seeing you do that to other people, but man, when we're playing, it makes me want to pass out.
Well, and the other thing is that like that like my incentive for playing D&D is to play as a turtle. I don't even have a class thought out or any of that shit, but I just want to be a turtle. Like
Is Sarah
a big
eating?
good turtle.
No, I'm just dying.
Behold my 35
if,
strength
not
vivisectionist.
when. It says I may, not I must. Oh man.
Raw versus RAI is already hardcore enough without Zyme's involvement. I don't know what those two acronyms mean, but I get the idea. We all know what would be an Echo Knight. A Tortle Sorcerer.
Oh man.
You would be a Tortle Bard. Okay, actually, I explicitly don't want to play a Bard.
Is it because the internet has ruined bards for you?
Yes, and also I don't see any appeal to like that archetype anyway. Like that doesn't see like I know bards are super like broken OP, and if I had to like break it, I probably would go bard. But like it is not, the archetype is not fun for me.
Yeah, rules is written in rules as intended is an argument that Zyme and I have every time we play a board game.
Yep, any board game. Because did you guys know that Machikoro, is it called Machikoro?
I don't want to do this again.
I'm not gonna go in and explain it. Machikoro, the base game, is broken. The more advanced versions of it fix this exact problem, but that game is solved. Just so you know. Sarah doesn't like that I solved it.
I don't not like that you didn't solve it. I just think it takes. I'm sitting here trying to play a game with my 12-year-old, and he's like, "Look, I've beaten it," and my 12-year-old is just like, "I hate board games now."
That's not true.
It is exactly true. You won't play board games with me anymore.
We had a good time last time we played a board game.
Oh man.
What was that game called anyway? I don't remember his name.
That we played last time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we played Canvas.
Canvas. Yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that a lot. Is it accurate to say the Bard thing is because Zyme wants to focus in on a thing rather than do the Jack of all trades thing Bards go for? Oh, no. I actually like opting for doing everything really well. That was how I was playing Divinity. Whenever me and Sarah were going through Divinity, I was playing like a druid, summoner, buffer, god, never die, tank. And that was pretty good. I enjoyed that.
Zyme needs to be in a supportive role. Because if Zyme is put in a position to be against you in any way...
I was giving you haste.
If he was in a position to be against you in any way...
Oh, you mean... Oh, yeah. You don't want the... Yeah.
You just better
I don't
not.
see... There's a core thing that I don't understand.
Go on.
It's relevant to board games, where like the Machikoro thing is like a perfect example. I don't like get the point of like not trying to like figure out how to win. Does that make sense?
It's not that you shouldn't try to win.
Right.
It's that it depends on what your goal is. So for me, when I'm playing with my 12-year-old, I don't want him to not win, but I want him to have a good time.
Right.
And like I'm not gonna let him win, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I do understand that it takes him longer to get to understanding the game concept.
Okay.
And it can be discouraging for somebody who's already slower than everyone else at the table, understanding a game concept.
Just on a pure age concept. Obviously, Gavin's smart.
Just on a pure experience.
Yeah, just like
concept.
Yeah.
To
Just 'cause
have
me
the
and you
person
have
you're sitting
encountered
next
way more
to,
games.
it's like you don't fully understand what's going on and you're trying to learn, and you go 3 steps and then you hand the torch off to the next person who's like, okay, cool. Now I'm gonna go 24 steps and then I'm gonna kill this dinosaur and then I'm gonna go over here and then I'm also gonna cap this and then I'm gonna use my double movement to go over here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna achieve this, and then by doing this I'm gonna win the game. Have a good time, everybody.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's just a difference. I think there's a time and a place for both play styles.
Mhm.
Like if I'm in an escape room, you're the person I want with me, right?
I kind of disagree.
Okay, go on.
Because I'm actually not particularly good at escape rooms that don't have a raw puzzle. Like, do you know what I mean? Okay, so like I'm very bad at like games that are like point and click adventure games.
Okay.
Because I don't think that there's any validity in combining the monkey wrench with the peanut butter. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense, and that's stupid, and I don't understand why you would do that. Just use the wrench. The peanut butter adds nothing.
So you don't love a puzzle game?
I do love a puzzle game, but I need the puzzle to like fundamentally work. Yeah, exactly. If it doesn't fundamentally work, then I can't. I have no way to figure it out. I can't process that.
That's fair. Yeah. So when I play board games, I think the difference is that when I play board games, for me they're a relaxation thing. So when I sit down and I play, I want to just have like a good time. And when you sit down at a table, you apply pressure to everyone sitting there. Because it's not that you aim for everyone else to not have fun. It's that you walk into it with a goal in mind, and you're pushing every button to get to whatever your personal goal is, which naturally applies a pressure to everyone else sitting at the table.
That's fair.
Right, which has its place, but I think that's where we struggle sometimes playing board games.
That's fair. Well, because like in the Canvas thing, like I really enjoyed that game because like the functional economy of how like those buy pieces work, I thought was super interesting. And like I was planning things multiple turns ahead based on what you had taken.
Yeah, and that's fine. And you still whooped us, but I think it was more fun because it.
There's it's also like an artistic element to it, right? Because like I wasn't just trying to like make point go up. I was also like, okay, what's the actual goofy way I can combine this?
Yeah. So large exerts pressure on all players sometimes. Yeah. I mean, it's just you. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing is that like if I want to play a casual board game of something, I'm typically not going to ask bros to play.
Yeah, I'm not the person to play Parcheesi with.
I'm gonna have to find my own board game group.
I'm sorry. There is a board game group at like the local card shop though.
I know. Risk of the games I want never want to play bros in, and that and access. Yeah.
Functional economy in a board game. Yeah. So I'm just gonna like briefly explain the Canvas thing. So in Canvas, each person starts out with like palette tokens, and you get like a row of 5 cards for you to pick up, and you have to combine 3 cards in order to make like a thing that scores you points for the game, and you have to meet different parameters and things in order to get there. Because each person starts with a set number of those palette tokens. If I've determined that someone needs a certain also the way that the row works is you have to pay 1 on each thing leading up to the card that you're trying to grab. And if you grab a card that someone has paid on, you get those tokens. So the more tokens you have more. If you have at least 5, you have choice of the entire board for any of those cards that enter like the board to take. And the one on the end of the row is free. You can just pick it up. And if it has those tokens on it, you just add those to your bank to be able to spend later. So the strategy is you need cards that combine to give you the most amount of points, and you need to spend as few resources as possible, or know that you're about to get resources back from someone else who just went and spent. Because if somebody spent to get card 3, and then all the cards move in, and you want what is now the new card 3, you can take card 2 and get a refund of 1 palette on the on that card because they had to put a palette on card 2 to get to card 3. Yeah, Canvas is very good. Good luck acquiring it. It's very fun. It was a Kickstarter game, and they're not like mass producing it. Is Wonderlands dying again? No. Sarah is very tired, and she's going to go to sleep. Honestly, here's the problem. If we start playing Nightmare Reaper, it'll probably, like, I'm gonna warp past 2 hours and just be in it. So I think it's probably safe just to do a shorter stream today. What's up, Gimme? Terrible with board games. I feel bad if I win, and I feel bad if I lose. Yeah, I mean, I don't need to win, but I definitely am trying to win.
Must teach him how to not do that when small children are playing.
Yeah, I don't know. Gavin's really smart.
Yes. Yes.
I hold back less.
Right.
Yeah, which is the problem.
But yeah. Right. We have to, there's a thing that's like, you not let them win, but you also want to encourage engagement so they can start enjoying themselves. And then up the challenge, right? It's a balance thing.
The way my dad taught me to play chess was by beating me until I could beat him.
But I need you to understand that you're smarter than your dad when it comes to games specifically, and when it comes to strategy. Because the fact that you could beat him tells me that, right? Like, it's no offense to that. It's just that, like, you at this point in your life are better, and people are different, are motivated by different things. You're motivated by spite.
Yeah, that's true.
So your dad beating you was a thing that encouraged you, and that's not the same for everybody.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's good to have one parent stay competitive and one parent show, like, where you could go with it skill-wise.
It depends. It depends on what motivates you.
Borderlands, indeed, Benton. Games are good.
Games are good.
This game's good.
But, like, is a perfect example of this is that the things that motivate you don't motivate me.
Right.
Like, you explained this really cool game that's really intricate and has, like, you were showing me what you played last night, and my brain glazed over.
Yeah, but because it was like, this is too many things. Why are there so many things?
It's just stressful for me. I'm like, this is so much to manage.
It really is a stress game.
And it's a
really
lot
good.
of numbers, and it's a lot of, I'm good. You know what I mean? I just want to have a good time. That doesn't mean my way's right and your way's wrong. It just means that, like, that's the...
Yeah. Like even for Wonderlands, right? Like, whenever we get to, like, the, like, repeatable endgame stuff, you're probably not really here for that, right?
I do like that, but here's the difference, right? You're sitting here across from me going, oh, I maxed this out, so I guess I'll just move to this. And I'm like, I haven't even considered really. I put things in what sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Well, that was like whenever I re-rolled this character, right? The way that this character started was I chose Village Idiot because it has the best plus to minus ratio, and I put 10 points into Dex because it gives me a ton of crit chance.
Here it is.
And the crit chance via the rules of normal math logic is the most important stat, and critical damage is the second most important stat because you need enough critical chance to make the critical damage work.
And I love that for you.
Thank you. Sorry, it'd be like I rest my case. Still, Elden Ring was just so amazing. If it doesn't win Game of the Year, like, legit, I'm gonna be very shocked. I mean, we have a lot of heavy hitters, like, still to come this year, so I'm open to it. But yeah, Elden Ring for me right now is definitely tops.
I just want you to know, Nintendo saw these games just absolutely fighting for Game of the Year, and they went 2023 then?
Yeah, they went 2023 Breath of the Wild 2. Maybe we have, like, a really safe Game of the Year. We really want it to be Game of the Year. Like, we could really use a safe W here. I'm currently Spore Graveborn. I have my little dudes eat people. Dope.
Okay. I need you to know that somebody was ordering Korean food.
Okay.
And they saw the following options: extra spicy, medium, mild, spicy, white. That, if that's not funny, I don't know what is.
That's high quality. That's good.
That's really funny.
That offensive, it goes up against The Last of Us 2 with the VJs. It's a 50-50 chance. Oh, Jesus. God, yeah, that fucking Last of Us 2 stuff. I hope the Horizon Zero Dawn DLC drops during next year's Breath of the Wild 2 release. Oh, that would just be perfect, wouldn't it? They should line it right up. Like, Nintendo should purposefully do it and release it 1 week before.
Can I tell you something insane?
Sure.
Okay. All right. If you guys get a chance, I need you to watch a little short documentary about the indie game space. It's made by, I think it's called People Make Games.
Okay.
And it's wild. If you have any interest in sorry, this is a little off topic, but if you have any interest in like bad working environments and knowing the difference between a good working environment and a bad one, it's a great documentary to watch. Scary.
Scary.
But it's scary in a way of like how bad it can be. But I was thinking about indie games in Annapurna Interactive, if you guys know who they are.
Yeah.
They've published a ton of games. They're the same publisher for all 3 developers that are talked about in this story, or like at least partially. And it's a big yikers.
Like, is it
Hold
all?
on.
Is it all bad?
Oh, it's all bad.
That's unfortunate.
Hold on 1 second. I'll grab it for you.
Yeah, she's grabbing it, Valor.
I'll just grab a link
Kirby's
to it.
pretty fun. I recommend it. It's cute as fuck. Oh yeah, Sarah, did you finish Kirby, or are you on like the?
Oh my god, it's so good. Play Kirby.
Yeah, we are gonna do Kirby for sure.
Anyways, if you have any interest in the games, the indie game space, and want, I linked it in chat. If you wanna, it's
What is it called?
Investigating 3 indie superstars accused of emotional abuse.
Oh.
This is the same people that did a documentary surrounding Roblox.
Man, Roblox is fucked up.
Well, and they're the ones that came out with that big doc that really dove into like how bad it is. This is also equally well done. But if you have any interest in the indie game space and you care about indie developers, cannot recommend that you watch this enough. And
Annapurna puts out a lot of games too.
well, yeah. And Roblox tried to shut them down. Yeah, same, yeah. Was that the Roblox economy stuff? It was more than just the economy stuff, but that was definitely part of it. Yeah, it was a good.
I totally missed this, but like, I know Roblox is like messed up, but like, what was the thing here?
For Roblox or this?
The Roblox stuff.
It's just that the economy and like the kind of like the way people are developing for like $0 and how the economy just, you have to watch. So it makes this micro economy that can be really abusive. It's icky. And how they treat their devs. Yeah, Zyme could be a dev. I think there's a spot for Zyme in development. But it just depends on what it's going to be.
Also, in an alternate universe, I'm a programmer.
You'd also need to know. You'd also
on my
need.
way to that.
You'd also need a non-technical role. So like where you would fit in the games industry is very specific. But I do think there's a space for your brain, especially.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I would definitely be like the math and spreadsheets and economy person.
Yeah.
Like any of those things, I would be very, very interested in doing. Because like the number one thing that I've found from like playing games is that like the best thing that anybody can rave around for like free to play games especially is a game that feels fair. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think where you would really shine is looking at a game that's in its final steps or a little later in development, like when the concept's done and people are starting to introduce things like balance. I think where you would add a ton of value is being able to identify how people could abuse something that makes it out of balance that I think most people wouldn't land on.
Oh yeah, because I'm literally always looking for like the way to make things broken.
And in that way, I think you make a great QA tester,
Hmm.
right? Like I think you'd be, but like more on the balance side of QA, not so much on the bug finding
on the
QA.
bug hunting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes you like more of like a gameplay design kind of
Yeah.
person. I mean, I think it's actually really cool because if you ever chose to go into game dev, I think there's a roadway for you to go from like balance consultant to gameplay designer.
Well, I think the number one thing that would probably like happen for me is if I was in like that role, right, for like designing balance and stuff. I think what would end up happening, and this is just like theoretical, I think I would end up getting frustrated that I can't just make the changes myself on a test build because I don't have enough programming knowledge, and I would just learn whatever it is that I need to learn in order to be able to just do this myself to test things.
Well, see, you'd also have to be given the grace to do that, though, right?
Well, sure.
You'd have to have your own branch, most likely, and just be able to futz around with it. I don't know. I think, like I said, I think there's a space, and I think that you would be. I think your frustration would lie in the minute that you know something is correct and you have expressed that, and you're not listened to.
Sure, I mean, sure. Okay, yes, and also no, because like some things, there's certain things that are not fixable without too much dev time, and I think I'm very reciprocal.
I don't mean that. I mean that, like, I'm talking about, like, because there would be times where style may be chosen over balance. And I think that would frustrate you, possibly. But I also think that... I
mean, I think that's always an intent conversation.
I often wonder if you would enjoy being in a consultant role more than anything. That way you're, like, involved and you can give, like, all of the pure feedback they need, but then also be able to step away.
Right.
And be like, I have given you this sage-like advice. Use it. Don't. I don't care. I've been paid.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So you could, because I think there's a core part of your being that just needs to be able to do your own thing. And I don't think no matter how good the position would be, I don't think you would enjoy a 9-to-5, even doing something like balance.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just because I wouldn't enjoy a 9-to-5.
Yeah. I mean, I think even if DE came to you and they were like, hey, we want you to work full time.
I need you to know that there is an amount of money where I will work a 9-to-5.
Sure. But not, not constituting that we're going to pay you insane dollars.
Right. Not even insane dollars. I don't think that it's that high, honestly.
Okay, but still, like not given that, right? I don't think that, unless it were something insane, I just don't think that, like, I don't think that you would bite for it. Because I think you'd be fine for about 6 months, and then I'd look at you and you'd just be a nervous wreck, and I'd be like, what's wrong? And you're like, I hate everything, and I don't want to go to work, and I like the people I work with, but I hate it here.
No, I don't think so.
You don't?
No.
Because every time we've ever mentioned you possibly, like, well, what would you do if you had to go back to a standard quote unquote job, and you're like, I would hate everything, is usually your first response.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, because whenever we're talking about like a standard, like I wouldn't even consider, like, just say the magical Christmas land of like working with DE as a consultant, right? Like, I would just really enjoy myself, probably. Like whenever I'm talking about like working at a standard job, I'm talking about like, oh yeah, going and doing warehouse work and being disrespected for 8 hours every day. Sounds great.
Oh, well, yeah. That's just a bad job.
Yeah. But like that's the thing though, is like, oh man, what's my job? Oh, it's I work in an office and everyone around me can't fucking work a printer. Like that's my own personal hell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if I was doing something where I'm like engaged and I'm working with people that, like, think, then like that sounds great. Like I don't mind that at all.
But what happens if you find out the people you work with don't think?
I mean, then that's a situation that can exist. there's a lot of like okay.
No, I'm teasing you. I get it.
But I don't need people to like think the same way that I do, right?
Honey, I get it.
Yeah.
I understand the point you're getting, and I was just teasing you. No. I mean, cool. Well, DE, you heard him. Call him. Give this man a ring.
If you had a role behind the scenes, would that take away from your enjoyment as a consumer of said game? Oh no, that would probably make me way more into it.
They'd have to put so many rules behind what you can and can't say. Man,
Yeah.
I'd love to see that NDA. It's gonna be so detailed.
But like, think about it this way: like, if the thing that happened was, hey, we want you to work on some part of this or like consult on this, but you can't say anything about it. It would depend on how deep that goes, right? Because like if they're paying me like a salary or something, right, to like consult on many different things and all that, and they're like, okay, so the rules of this are you can still stream and stuff, but you can't say anything about Warframe unless like, you know, you tell us and it's going to be a specific stream and you can't say certain things. Like, I'm okay with that. Like, I've been under NDA with Warframe for like as long as I've been a partner, and like it's been great.
For sure.
Like if the thing that comes out is like I get to, you know, do that, have a really fun time, hopefully make some good impactful changes in a game that I really love a lot, and then also I do some other streams and stuff and play Borderlands and have a great time and play Nightmare Reaper and like enjoy myself playing the New Horizon and things and all that, then I'm way into it, right?
Anyways, DE, call this man.
I'm way into it. I'd be down.
But also, I don't want to move to Canada, so.
That's fair. It's also interesting because, like, tell me if you think that this is a unique mindset.
Go on.
Because I've always felt like it's fairly unique the way that I try and approach whenever I'm suggesting things. Is I always like to think about the business side of changes, and then also like just the raw developer workload that changes would need in order to be implemented. And I try and keep the amount of business viability as high as possible and the amount of like good it will do for the lowest amount of work.
I mean, I think that's just logical.
Right.
I think that pays off in spades when you go to think about things. And depending on what you're doing, I'm a big fan of like a 3-tier option. Like when presenting something, I like to present this is my ideal. This is the least amount of work ideal, and here's a mixture of the two.
Right.
Like here's what I would love. Here's what I can live with, and here's the middle ground of that.
Right.
And I think I like to present it that way because I feel like people interpret requests in scale, and if you're very specific, right, if you're very, instead of just giving a grand idea of what you see, you can be very specific on actionable items,
right,
you're more likely to get the ideal out of it. But I think with the way you're talking about is kind of doing exactly that. The only thing I would say is just don't negotiate yourself down.
Right. No, yeah.
Both.
Well, because if you negotiate below like actual impactful change, then it just leaves you with the problem still.
Yeah, but I just mean like, if you take into account dev time before they take into account dev time.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to know, especially in like in a consulting position.
Right.
If that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah. Well, because like that's like if you're in a consulting position, I think it would be responsible in order to be like, okay, I need to ask you pipeline questions and like, you know.
Right. But even then, I would just say like giving the options, because you never know, it might be something that's important enough to the person that you're sitting across the table from, where they're like, oh no, forget this, we gotta.
Yeah. Well, and that's something like I would say like the thing that's upcoming with like the next big update is the focus rework, and that is a big primary like mainstay system of like the entire game that has been not good for its entire existence, and it has been reworked before. So that's the thing where it's like, okay, well, this just needs to be good, right?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like I would have loved loved to like give feedback and talk about those systems and what makes using them worth it and all kinds of stuff like that. Obviously, I get to do that in the post-mortem sense. And that is what my YouTube channel is. I really hope that stuff is good.
I hope so too. I hope so for all of you.
Yeah.
They seem to be on a pretty good track recently.
Yeah,
by and large.
Yeah, the last update had like the augment reworks, which were universally bad, but the Garuda stuff was really nice. So it's a weird mixed bag there, but the next update seems like it's going to be huge and good.
By and large. I say by and large.
Yeah.
They seem to be moving in a positive direction. I'll word it that way.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like you had like, I mean, all of last year was like a bunch of good releases and like fixing problems in the game and stuff, and that was good.
Yeah. Proud of Warframe.
Oh yeah.
They,
if the focus rework goes wrong, DE will get crucified. So here's my big thing. This is the number one thing that I think the DE has to avoid at all costs. If they make Xeneric not do what it does right now, you are going to have a furious player base. Because the thing that Xeneric does right now is fix the energy economy to not be bad by making it so good that you never run out, which ostensibly would be a problem, right? But the alternative of having the energy economy be so bad that you absolutely must run max efficiency on every single frame in the game in order for it to be usable, or run Energize, which is another gigantic band-aid that's not really a part of balance. And having it either be like feast or famine on that, like you either use Xeneric and you're feasting, or you use Energize and you're feasting, or total famine, absolute trash, totally up to luck. No part of your gameplay is influencing your ability to really use your abilities. In most respects, that is going to come crashing down. Because the main thing that people, by and large, invest in is get Xeneric, get it to give me energy, never look at this system again, because the rest of it is not relevant to me. And whenever you have so many people that that's the only thing that they care about, if you make that bad, it is gonna hit you in the face like a hammer, right? Yeah, the dash, we know they're changing the dash, and I think there's some considerations for like top speed for the dash that like need to be there, but the energy economy thing is big. I really think it's time for some base energy regen. I think there needs to be mechanics relevant to it. Like the thing that I've said for a long time is that the Parazon, which is a system that they introduced, needs to be more well integrated into the game and matter more overall for like your total economy. And because you get it as an absolutely brand new player, having that be a thing like right after Vor's Prize, you learn how to use the Parazon so you can actually use your abilities and stuff, would be really positive for the game. And it's a weird thing that they didn't do that. But yeah, I could go on for ages about the energy economy needing to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed in an active way. Because base energy regen, if you just give everybody base energy regen that's equivalent to Xeneric, then yeah, everyone's going to have infinite energy forever, and that's technically better than needing to invest in Xeneric or get energized now. But it's also less of an economy and more of a why do we even have energy?
I love the way you rub your temples when you think.
Oh,
it's very cartoonish in a good way.
Thank you.
She's like massaging the brain muscles. You're like,
Well, this is usually a frustration response. Of this right here, this exact motion here, is the don't get angry, just do the logic. That's what this is. That's this motion. that motion is
favorite.
Expound logic. Do not just be mad about it.
I guess it's a good thing that I don't see you ever do that to me.
That's true.
This is my favorite.
I think the only time I've ever done that like around you was when I like just had not slept for too long.
Oh, there is a certain amount of like you haven't slept and I need you to not talk to me until you sleep.
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm like, go to bed. Goodbye. See you later.
The Parazon is part of Gears of Warframe rather than Dynasty Frame. See, I agree with you, but the mechanics can be changed in subtle ways to make it a part of Dynasty Frame.
I don't know what's happening.
What do you mean?
Just in general. I'm interested. I just don't know what's happening.
That's fair. You should play more Warframe.
I mean, yes. But also, I will never get into this.
No. And I don't think that you need to in order to, like, have an opinion on, like, what we're talking about.
It's fair.
Because, like, you don't need to be, like, super deep in, but, like, just having, like, the frames that you like and, like, going through, like, the main story of the game and just interacting with the stuff that you want to interact with, I think would give you a really interesting perspective on Warframe in general.
Just no thought.
Especially whenever you have, like, literally your own personal Ortis in real life. Except for it's a much more useful Ortis that can tell you if any given thing is useful or not and how to use it.
I mean, I guess we'll find out. Because, like, in a lot of ways, I just want you to tell me the right thing and then I want to move on.
Right, which is totally valid. Because,
like sometimes you have tutorial sections that I just want to skip through. And I don't mean that I don't respect your opinion. I just mean that my brain, I don't know. It's just how I play games. I don't want to do the processing of the thought behind the thing I'm doing. I just want it to do the thing.
Right, exactly. I don't even know what the Parazon is. There it is. Energy economy is especially easy to get an opinion on because, like, how often are you able to use your abilities? Right.
I'm going to bed.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, Sarah's not far enough into Warframe to really, like, be into a lot of that stuff. I think there's a lot of interesting, like, story stuff to talk about once you get through that eventually, though. And that may happen sooner rather than later, depending on some external factors. What? I'm not talking about nothing. I'm not talking shit. Sarah says talk shit, get hit. All right, regardless, it's about midnight. This has been a fun time. We're doing more this weekend, right, babe? She says she doesn't know. But probably. But otherwise, whatever. There's going to be more Nightmare Reaper. We're going to get some Genshin in here at some point to see that new stuff, which people seem to be enjoying quite a lot. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.